See, are we live? Anybody there? Is this working? One way to find out. Let's see. All right. See you in a moment. Mr. Clinton. Mr. Clinton, it's time for a stream. Mr. Clinton, get up here. Clinton. Clinton. Oh, come here, Mr. Clinton. Jump. Hello, Robert. Hello, Brian Hemsultan. Moved to Norway. That's really far away, and I don't know the language. I can barely actually figure out how to say your name. Hello, 1E. What's with the chair? I sit in it. You're probably sitting in a chair as well. Stranded 360 says hi. Why, thank you for that, Unreal Sav. I appreciate it. Hello, Ted. We have people. Hello, D. Paul. BD. So we have D and BD. Next is going to be BBD. I'm not going to go there. Gabriel Perry. Hello. My name is made up. Most Norwegians speak English, even the older population. Interesting. You watch any TV shows, and what do you like? I enjoyed 24. I genuinely enjoyed 24 and Heroes. Those were good shows. Fox and NBC back in 2005 and 6. Oh, that was good stuff. The good old days of television, back when it was interesting and fun. Why, hello, Clinton. How are you, Zaki? I try to make time for it now, Jeffrey. I used to do this a lot more in 2016 through 17. Then I kind of stopped around 18 or 19. What do you think about the indoor-outdoor dining experience? Oh, don't even get me started on that shit. So check this out recently. They tried to do this new thing. I don't even know where to start. I don't even know where to start with this. Okay, so this is something I just saw the other day. I was going to make it into a video, but I haven't had the time yet. So they actually tried to go ahead and have a dual layer outdoor dining shed. You ready for this shit? Look at this trash. Look at this. They actually wanted to make a second level. New York City restaurants stopped from building 2-story outdoor shed. So they're getting air rights now. So Alan at Metro Manhattan Real Estate talks about this, which is where one of the interesting things with the indoor with buying a building is it's not just the building you're buying the air rights, which is the right to knock down the building and build more. And apparently the outdoor dining people are looking for air rights. What do you think of employees of large companies such as automotive companies or anti-right to repair can do to change the company's views on right to repair? Constantly bring it up. I don't know, constantly. That's the thing. You could constantly bring it up. You could be a thorn in their side. Once people at the automotive company start to graduate into management positions, you can start to try and make those types of decisions. You got to make noise from within. You got to throw shit at the wall and see what sticks, honestly. Honestly, the story of my life is really just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. And if you, I don't know, poke around a bit, see what happens. You ever hear the tragedy of Darth? I don't know how to pronounce that. That's weird. Too many vowels together. Isn't it about increasing restaurant capacity rather than inside-outside? Well, yeah, it started as let's be safe from COVID, and then it turned into this garbage. Hey, I have a restaurant in New York City and currently have an outdoor dining structure made from clay, bricks, and chewing gum. I'm working on digging a basement for the second level. See, that's smart. That's smart because instead of building, you just dig. You don't have to worry about creating a structure that way. How much would a young 29-year-old need to retire living in San Francisco? A couple of million, you think? I don't know, because it depends on how much you believe the dollar is going to be worth going forward. That's a tricky one. It really is. On one hand, you have if the dollar, let's say you invest in stocks or something to beat inflation. What if the stock market crashes? Well, you can invest in commodities to beat inflation, but what if the commodities crash? You could just buy a house, and I don't know. It's really difficult to say. I would say a few million at least if you live in San Francisco. A few million, honestly, probably makes you upper middle class there. Middle class to upper middle class in a neighborhood like San Francisco. Would you marry a woman that made more money than you? Maybe. There's a lot of circumstances that would have to be met there. Maybe. Do you live with fear about the future with everything you research, or do you attempt to enjoy your day? I probably do a little bit too much living in fear about the future. Do you think inflation is about to shoot up? It's not about to. It has. Go to Zillow. Go to Zillow. Like, what are the things that matter? What are the things that matter? What does it cost to live? What does it cost? What's the biggest expense in your house, in your life, where you live? And that has shot up. So you're a little late on that one. $16% a year is a little much terribility. It's more like 8 when you factor in inflation or so. 6 to 8 when you factor in inflation. Ideologically possessed, pimping goat. Michelle, I do believe in crypto. I believe in it as a consensual Ponzi scheme amongst people that want to be consensually Ponzi schemed. I can buy a single wide dumpster in San Francisco for only $250K. How concerned about Delta variant are you with regards to New York City / economy? I mean, the economy here is already, like, destroyed. So you see all the empty shit that I post in these videos. I'm not making this stuff up. So it's like, what are you going to do? Empty out anything more? I mean, everything that's going to be emptied out from an economic hellhole has been emptied out. I'm not worried about the New York City economy getting worse as a result of COVID. Like, a lot of my walk-in customers haven't come back. I don't know, Axelo. I don't know. A lot of it just seems to be rationalizing what happened that day in the stock market. I don't get much out of that content. I've never visited Italy. Apple keeps making simple manufacturing mistakes, but people need to stop supporting that brand that can't even manufacture a laptop. Yeah, a lot of other... I mean, I suppose, but the thing is, a lot of those people don't have alternatives because they use software where they need that. If you ever met Cuomo in person, what would you say? I probably wouldn't really say anything, honestly. It wouldn't really matter what I say. Again, he's a celebrity politician. He gets shit thrown at him and yelled at him all the time. You know, my experience that it wouldn't really do much. You know, I say what I say, but if I saw him in person, it's like I'm going to fight him. I could yell, you're a dictator, and he's going to go, fuck you, and then, you know, we pass it on. It really wouldn't do much. I wouldn't really have much there. I don't have children. I do have a kitten. I have a Blackberry and a Clinton. Hello from Riverside. Keep up your business. I will, Water. Do you think people will come back to the office, or is work from home here to stay? I don't think work from home is fully here to stay. I do think that you had a lot of businesses that thought to themselves, I don't want to transition to work from home because it could result in a lot of management pain in the ass when we already run a profitable business. But once you force the entire world economy to go to work from home, once it's forced, once you've already gone through that transitionary period, you've gone through that phase and you figured it out, you probably don't want to go back when going back means going back to paying $80,000 a month in office rent. If you were paying $80K a month in office rent, and now you're paying $15K because you reduced the size of it, if you got it to work with $15K in office rent, why would you want to go back to paying $80K? I don't think I articulate my words very well, Aswin. I think I spend a lot of time talking to myself, and I think the time that I spend talking to myself helps me work out the kinks so that I don't go, maybe, you know. One of the things that I find interesting is that when I listen to a lot of people who are politicians, whether they're having a normal conversation or whether they're getting grilled on the news, they really stutter like crazy. I don't mean, you know, a couple of them. Most of them are uhing and umming and like, and all these little fillers. I think it comes from a lack of practice, and the way that I practice talking and public speaking is I talk to myself. Sometimes I'll have a Bluetooth headset on while I walk down the street, and I'll just talk out my plans, or I'll talk out my thoughts, or what I'm planning to do for the day, or what I'm planning to do with my life, or what I think of an idea. I'll just get my little Bluetooth headset on, and people could think I'm talking to somebody. I don't know what that means, Matthew Weinberg. You're thinking of Steel Manning, Spazmat. And yes, when I do the opposition arguments in the most mocking, stupid voice possible, it is for comedic effect. It's not for debate. But yeah, I'm not straw manning when I do that. I'm pretty much repeating what they say, but doing it in this voice for comedic effect for a YouTube video. That's not really straw manning, it's entertainment. It's getting a point across. But I have done several of these live streams, if you watch my older ones, actually over the past 2.5 weeks, where I have steelman the opposition argument to right to repair in the most serious term possible. I try to make the argument for them that they are unwilling to make publicly. In my last stream, I did the best argument against right to repair that I think there is. I don't think I'm ever going to hear it in person, though. Do you think dilapidated empty buildings in New York City are held simply for tax benefits and as collateral that is contributing to commercial-backed security issues through overvaluation? Yes, and Laminar Flow has a great post on Reddit about this that is really good, worth reading. It's in one of my. If you look at, yeah, let me find it. Let me see if I can find this post. Do you sleep talk? I do not sleep talk. Can I find this post? Can I find this post? Can I find this post? Here we go. Found it. Bada bing. What's your opinion on data privacy and corporate consumer surveillance? My opinion is that is a way too broad question, so I can't answer it. You have to be specific with things. Thoughts on Jordan Peterson? I don't know. I think he makes some good content. I'm not a religious watcher of him. I don't read his books or any of that stuff. And I don't agree with him on the whole thing on disciplining people in early childhood. I think I would have a staunch disagreement with him on how he deals with early childhood. But what I try to do is I try to learn what I can from people where it helps me, but then I draw the line where I fundamentally disagree with them, or I think what they're suggesting is wrong, incorrect, or just incompatible with the way that I view the world. There's good and bad and everything. I think Jordan Peterson's a net plus for the world. I know I'm not supposed to say that. I live in the wrong zip code to have that opinion, but I think he's a net plus for the world. I definitely don't agree with him on the early childhood education shit. I mean, not early child education, early childhood discipline stuff. But I mean, the general message, find purpose, clean up your life, do something worthwhile, face the things that you're hiding from. Actually, try to do something to fix the relationships and things in your life. It's not a bad message. That is not how you spell my name, Matthew, but I will take your $5 anyway. I do not sleep talk. Before the Bluetooth, it was called schizophrenia. No, I steel-manned in the last stream, Spazmat. We spent 15 minutes doing that. I'll find a link to it later. $250 to fix a MacBook board or $190 to swap board? Depends on how hard it is. If it's if you're gonna... Well, firstly, are you asking in terms of, are you the customer or are you the repair shop? If a board is $190 and I usually charge $250 for repair, if it's a backlight fuse or an ISL 6259 or whatever, fine, I'll fix the board. If it's PM Sleep S5L missing and taking 24 milliamps and not even boot looping, then screw that, I'm replacing it. Do you think Apple is losing its innovation and they are only milking people already in the ecosystem? Oh, they lost their innovation like 10 years ago. The innovation stuff died with Steve Jobs. Now it's just iterations of... Tim Cook doesn't have vision. In my opinion. I have used Linux, yes. I used Gentoo from 2003 to 2015. Then it's from 2003 to 2014. Then I used Debian for 2015. And for the rest of it, I decided to move to Windows because I was tired of torturing myself. I like your homeless New York video. Lewis calling BS and stuff is fun to watch. Thank you. You ever think of moving to the countryside? Sometimes I do, but I think that I would be profoundly depressed if I was truly full-time away from my staff and my store and the ability to try new shit. So for instance, just 2 weeks ago, I thought, let's see what happens if I do free classes. Let's see who shows up. I'm in a place with 8.5 million people. So I just did an announcement, and within one day, 21 people showed up. It's random shit to fix, and we had a good time. And it was an interesting little charity experiment. I mean, if I live in, Custer, South Dakota, where there's 10,000 people rather than 8 million, maybe it's probably going to be a little bit more dead when I do things like that. But at the same time, I wouldn't have to deal with all of New York City's bullshit bureaucracy, or expense, or traffic, or assholes. And I'd be able to do things like lock my bike outside and not have to worry that it's not going to be there tomorrow. because somebody would come by with an angle grinder just to cut it off and take it. There's ups and downs. I really do have to go on a trip around the country to kind of figure out where I fit in. Would you ever consider running for president? Hell no. If so, what party? Also, can I help? If I ever were to run for president, I couldn't do it from the Democratic or Republican Party because both of those parties are entrenched in such deep hatred of each other that it doesn't matter what you say, it doesn't matter what you do, it doesn't matter what ideas you have. Half the country will immediately hate you just because of the letter next to your name. So it would have to be as a different party. But then if you run as a different party, then you lose. You don't actually run with the parties that exist. You have to take over the party that's there. So, for instance, like Bernie Sanders does not fit into the Democratic Party. Rand Paul and Ron Paul do not fit into the Republican Party. Trump did not fit into the Republican Party. There's a lot of politicians that don't necessarily fit into the two-party bullshit system that we have in America, but you need to take over the existing party because the other parties always lose. Nobody votes for the other parties because of the fallacy that you're throwing your vote away. We kind of deserve what we get in America, to an extent. We kind of do. Thoughts on Ben Shapiro? I know you're not in the right zip code, but I'll still ask. Sometimes he says things that I think are spot on, and sometimes he says things about bombing other countries that make me just want to throw something at my screen. Yeah, I'll just be honest there. Like when it comes to business, he'll say things, and I'll be like, that's something that I don't hear people in New York City saying, that they don't understand, that the people that are around me just don't get, and you just vocalized it perfectly. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Then I'll hear what he's saying when he's talking about lockdowns and things like that, and I'll go, I kind of agree with him there. Then I'll talk about, bombing the Middle East, and I'll go, what the fuck? No wonder people hate Republicans. That honestly, it reminded me why my demographic, my age group, hated Republicans. So I grew up, I was 13 years old in 2002, right around the time we started bombing Iraq. So my teenage years, which were the rebellious years, the rebellious years for most people, were the years that we spent bombing the wrong country, going to war with the wrong country. And there was one particular political party that was really, really amped up to go to war with the wrong country. And one thing I find interesting about the modern Republican Party, a lot of the people in the modern Republican Party, they really seem to have distanced themselves for that shit. Like a lot of the people that supported Trump or voted for Trump, they really did not seem to be a fan of spending more time in Afghanistan, spending more time in Iraq, spending more time in the Middle East, going to war with Syria. The policy, your response to why we need you on the libertarian platform, take my money. I'll talk about that in a moment. Thank you, Nathan. But the people that I met when I visited rural Nebraska and rural Tennessee, because again, you're sure not going to find people who voted for Trump here, was that they really did not seem to be people that liked the idea of they supported the military, but they didn't want to constantly use the military. You know what I'm saying? So when I listen to him, there'll be things that I agree with, but then it goes to that's why my generation grew up hating Republicans. It reminds me of that a little bit. And it's kind of sad because it's kind of like going backwards. I'll admit that I actually met someone that worked at Breitbart that then worked for the Daily Wire many years back, 4 or 5 years ago at some random meetup group. Thank you, James App. Back when I was doing meetup groups more often to try and become sociable. And he was just like an Asperger's encyclopedia of data. So I said, well, I think this about this. And then he would talk and then he would just list a bunch of citations. And I would go, okay, you know what? You got a PhD in history. I have no idea how to even remotely argue with you. I will give you your win here. And I felt really intellectually dishonest because he had this way where he just explained the 30 years of history that led up to this one thing that we did that I thought was horribly wrong in bombing the Middle East. And he just explains exactly how it makes sense. And I felt so intellectually dishonest. I just knew I don't have... Would you be willing to go on a socialist platform and discuss right to repair? I'll discuss right to repair with almost anybody. I probably will disagree with them on other things, but we could discuss right to repair for a time being. But I'll likely disappoint and aggravate most of their audience with the rest of my opinions. What was I saying? Yeah, so I felt intellectually dishonest because he explained everything to me with good arguments, good citations, and I just wasn't able to look it all up in the moment because it was 11 o'clock at night and my phone had 2% battery and I only was on edge, so I couldn't even Google the shit he was saying to fact correct it. It's it sounds like you're more right than I am, but I don't want to change my opinion. And I didn't change my opinion, so maybe I'm a piece of shit. I still am more anti-war than he was. Anyway, thoughts on Patreon instead of nonprofit route? I was going to announce that at some point later. I've figured out that the whole 501c3 thing, there's a lot of cool things I could do with a 501c3, and I still plan to, but the things that I actually want to do make much more sense to do via a donation model and a Patreon model than they ever do through a 501c3. If I want to teach, That's a conflict of interest because I'm the director. I can't teach. If I want to hire somebody that I employ to teach because I know that they're good at this already, because I've hired them for my for-profit business, so I know they have to be good at repair. If they weren't, they would have been fucking fired. I can't hire that person because that's a conflict of interest. If somebody comes in and wants to know how to fix something, but they want to know how to fix it for a customer, I can't teach that because that is for a benefit of a private business. Therefore, that's a conflict of interest. Like it's so weird because the whole point of someone giving a grant to a nonprofit was so that I could do more of what I'm already doing. And I'm going to wind up going back to this billionaire and saying, listen, I really appreciate the money that you gave me, Mr. Billionaire, but you gave it to me in a 501c3 format, so I can't really do 90% of the cool shit I wanted to do with it. So here's what I'm going to do instead. But that's going to be an awkward conversation. But that's going to be a conversation that I'm soon to be having because you really are limited. Thank you, Angel. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I could do, or I could spend, tens of thousands of dollars on lawyers drafting agreements and saying that this, and like walking the fine line. I could just like walk right on the line without walking over it. But I don't want to do that. Like, it's just, it adds gray. And one of the New Year's resolutions that I made for myself was lead a low stress lifestyle, and I have destroyed everything there. Make your workplace into a workers' cooperative. No, fuck that. I'm sorry. No. I'm going to piss off a lot of people with that, but no. Like, I started doing this in 2008. There were termites in my apartment. I made less money than what I needed to be able to live an even remotely dignified life for like 3 or 4 years, and I did that for a really long time so that I could build up the client base that I have now, build up the knowledge I have now, and do everything that I could. I'm not just going to hand that over. And I know what people say, which is, what people say is, well, we're here, we're doing the work. We should have equal ownership as the owner. And it's like, yeah, but you walked in and started doing the work. You didn't like spend 4 years torturing yourself to do it. And like, don't get me wrong, if the people that I started with were actually in there with, in the trenches with me digging out the fucking shit, maybe, but I'm not doing that. There are employees at my repair company that actually, like, because I'm involved in other different things, I have the luxury of this, but there are people who work at my repair company that walk away already with I think 2 people, actually 3 people that have a salary that's either equal or higher to mine already. Like, I'm not giving over control over to people that weren't there when it started. I appreciate my employees. I'm grateful for my employees. I am thankful that they do the work that they do. But at the end of the day, I'm the dictator. It is what it is. Like, in the beginning of 2013-14, when I wanted to start doing board repair, the 3 people that worked here looked at me like I had 3 heads. Like, wait a second. Instead of giving us raises, he's spending $15,000 on a bunch of equipment to do work that he is not qualified to do, has no idea how to do, just so that he could try to figure it out his own? That's ridiculous! If this was a workers' cooperative, I would have been outvoted, and we would still be sending logic board repair to China. It's like, no, not doing that. And the thing is, it actually worked out better for the staff in the end, because the people that stayed are making almost double now than when they were 6 or 7 years ago. How can rights repair be consistent with allowing people to free to run their business as they wish? How can one claim to be libertarian and pro-rights repair? Oh, that's a good one. I enjoy that question. I am going to get you a link to a video that I did on this 2 years ago. So I will give you the TLDR of this video, because this video is about 27 minutes long. I'm going to put it in the chat right here. Responding to criticism regarding rights repair's violation of the non-aggression principle. So the son of a bitch. Okay, I wanted to give the TLDR. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no? Yes to pineapple, no to pizza. Pizza is way too many carbs. Pizza is way too many carbs, and I'm also behind 9 minutes on chat, so I have to start speaking at the speed of 10 Shapiro so I can get everything out. So the reason that here's the thing. How do I put this? Unilaterally disarming makes no sense. So the government, people who are anarcho-capitalists, I don't want to say libertarian, but anarcho-capitalists typically describe the government as a gun in the room. And if there is a gun in the room, they want to remove the gun in the room. Here's what happens. If you remove the gun from the room, the other person on the other side of the table just walks around the table, picks up that gun, and then points it at you. Alex Steele, talented young blacksmith, has fixed a lot of machining tools with no previous experience. Totally recommend his channel. I have no idea how to work on machining tools, but I will check out his channel. Thank you. The government gun didn't start getting used by me. I didn't go to Apple and say, make all your shit available. They came over to me. They had their law firm call me and say, we want this content removed from your channel because this is our trade secrets and intellectual property and other stuff. I mean, so you're telling me that a drawing that says where the location of a fuse is something that can allow you to use the power of the government to remove my YouTube channel? Oh, shit's on right here. Shit's on. What's the one thing that makes you happy and excited to wake up every day? Mr. Clinton the cat. What makes me happy and excited to wake up every day is the idea of, I'll be honest with you, it goes kind of in odds with my New Year's resolution. I don't think my link posted, so I'll post it again for the gentleman that asked the libertarian question. It's a good question, and I spent 27 minutes in a video on. What makes me happy and excited to get up every day is finding a new problem to solve and trying to solve it, but that's at direct odds with my New Year's resolution. And my New Year's resolution is to lead a lower stress lifestyle. So the way that you live a lower stress lifestyle is by not adding more crap to your plate. And I always wind up leaving more crap to my plate. If you stay in New York City, will you stay in your new location and find a new one? Ooh, that's a good one. That's not going to be up to me. I'll let you guess why that's not going to be up to me, but that's not going to be up to me. Are you Jewish? He's totally Jewish. The only way for me to prove that I'm not would require an OnlyFans. Don't respond, just take my money. Thank you, Aaron. It would require an OnlyFans, and it would require me taking pictures of stuff I don't want to take pictures of. Jordan Peterson is way too compromised by addiction to offer sound advice to anyone. I think that's the paradox of, if you have screwed up in your life, then you don't have authority to give advice to other people. And by that principle, I would not have any authority to give any advice to anybody either. I shouldn't give advice on board repair because I fucked up board repairs. But the reason that I'm good at board repairs is because I fucked a bunch of them up. I can't give advice on business because I fucked up in business. But the whole reason that this business is successful is because of all the other businesses I started that failed miserably. I think that I can part out the advice that I take from people and find useful, and the advice that I do not find useful from a particular individual. I do not write off people entirely because of one thing they said or one thing they did, unless I believe that they're going out of their way to lie or be disingenuous. So if someone says something and I believe they're being honest, but they just may not be qualified for the advice they're giving because of something else they've done, that's one thing. But if someone is just going out of their way to lie and deceive people for money or something, then I can dispose of almost everything they say. But for the most part, I don't believe in disposing of everything someone says because they've done something wrong or because I disagree with them on one thing. I worry the price cliff of rent would trend a little higher than any Stippen would buy. If you increase it to 2K, I think the NIMBYs would rather pay more than live near people they fear. You rock. Thank you. Well, the thing is, let's say you have a lot of people living in the Upper West Side in the homeless shelters, right? If you gave everybody those vouchers, they're not going to live in the fucking Upper West Side. They can't afford those fucking apartments anyway. They're going to live in Flatbush. They're going to live in, they're going to live in Jamaica. They're going to live in Bed-Stuy. They're going to live in Ridgewood. You know, they're not going to live in the places where the NIMBYs live. I meant the side of right to repair where you force companies to release documentation of repair manuals and spare parts available. That is all explained there. Yeah, I will copy and paste the video. So in here, we copy and we paste. I am not going to live in a world where one side of the aisle says that the government gun should never be used. It's mean. Don't point it at me. But then they pick it up and they point it at me. In a world where we would unilaterally disarm, things would be very different. But we don't live in a world of unilateral disarmament. I recommend the 12-Volt Vids channel. His channel is great, and he does tons of electronic repairs, and even worked on my vintage 1981 Panasonic VHS VCR. That is very cool. Also, the whole concept behind, for me, libertarianism is not just about keeping the government out of things. Well, there's three things to that. A, libertarianism to me is not an ideology that gets applied to every single circumstance. I am libertarian leaning. That does not mean that I am going to say, let's get rid of every single law, let's get rid of the entire government and start fresh tomorrow. That, I believe, is anarcho-capitalism. I'm anarcho-curious, I'm not anarcho-capitalist. And that tends to disappoint people who are anarcho-capitalists. One sec. Anyone's interested in knowing how they send you a MacBook they want to donate? They have my store address. You can send anything you're looking to. I mean, you can't write it off on your taxes because my store is a for-profit business. Also, Clinton ran away. And also, thank you for the $5. And I'm still at 10:24 p.m. in the unpaid chat because I'm behind on shit. I'm pro-rights repair and libertarian. Corporations assuming the status of nation-states is anarcho-syndicalism, the stated end goal of many avowed socialists. Huh. That is a lot to swallow. And going back to the thing that I tried to split into three. A, I am libertarian leaning, but I don't try to apply I don't try to take every single problem and put it through the lens of my ideology to pop out a solution. It's very formulaic. Second, we don't live in a world where any ideal that I put forth is actually, it's not like those companies are working under the same principles that I'm working under. If we want to talk about, God damn it, how do you expand an online e-commerce business? I feel like my side gig business is kind of stuck. Well, that's the business that I failed at, so you're kind of asking the wrong person. I tried to expand it by selling stuff on eBay and Amazon and being 1 cent cheaper than the price vendor so that I would get to the top of the results, because if you have a higher click-to-buy ratio than other people, you wind up being at the top, meaning that you get more sales. But the problem with that is that you don't convert them to customers. I mean, to clients. They're customers, and one-time customers are the worst. The problem with one-time customers is that you don't make any money off of them, particularly if you're dealing with a platform that takes like 10% of your revenue. Growing stuff like that, you have to offer something different than what everybody else offers. And the problem is most people that want to get into e-commerce nowadays, it's kind of like people that want to get into IT by like running Cat5 cable through buildings. In 1999, that was a sick way to make money. In 2021, everybody's kind of wired up, if you know what I'm saying. Like there's still reason for it, but there's not as much. Greenie's BlackBerry. I feel so bad after seeing Clinton steal them all. Erica, can you give BlackBerry a greenie? Thank you, Scroto. Give BlackBerry a greenie. Oh, where was I? I keep trying to answer this question. I keep getting derailed. So C, if we lived in a world where, let's say, I have a company decide they are going to make a charge chip, and they don't have to worry about Apple going after them for intellectual property lawsuits and everything, then yeah, right to repair probably wouldn't be needed as much. We wouldn't have an issue with it. Or let's say the company says, I don't want to make the schematic available, but somebody that works at the company is like, yeah, I drew this, I'm going to make it available. There wouldn't be that intellectual property law to where they could arrest somebody for making a schematic available. What do you say to someone like, my sister believes that they can never be wealthy, and even if they work hard like you, it is completely down to luck, and luck is unequal, especially to white men? I feel bad with what you just said, because I don't think there's anything you could tell someone who says that to make them believe otherwise. And I've thought this too, not about the white men part, I've just thought that. And one of the things that happens is that when you believe something, or when you say something enough times, you tend to look at the world through the lens of your belief system, and then you tend to only point out examples where that is correct. Because if you want to look at the world, here's the thing. There's enough people in the world and there's enough crap going on that if you want to view the world through the lens of your ideology, you'll find something that reinforces your worldview. I guarantee you will. And the problem is you're going to filter out everything else that doesn't support your worldview, and it'll become subconscious so that you're not really even noticing it. There's nothing I would be able to tell her to change her mind there. There really isn't. Like, again, you could point to people that were female that make way more money than me, that are way more successful than me, but that wouldn't matter. You could point to someone who's a minority that's more successful than me, but that wouldn't matter. You could point to people that started out totally broke, that grew up in abusive households, that make way more money than me or more successful, and that wouldn't matter. And that would matter is because if they're viewing the world through the lens of their ideology, it's really difficult to snap somebody out of that. And it's something that they have to choose to snap themselves out of. I don't know how to snap people out of that. I really don't. Because I don't know what someone could have told me when I thought of the world that way. I feel bad because I wasn't able to give a full answer to the libertarian question, but because of the stuff coming through. AV3. All right, so the three things. A, I do not view the world through the lens of my ideology. I'm biased by it for sure, but I don't try to apply my ideology to every single question. B, we don't live in a world where this is universally the way things work. You don't get to just Apple doesn't get to like choose this part of anarcho-capitalism. Don't force me to do this, but then pick the other part but then pick the status section of I am going to use the intellectual property laws that exist and trade secret laws, so that if some other company comes out with a charge chip that does what an ISO 9240 does, I get to sue them into the ground. And by the way, if anybody tries to make a chip that does the same thing, like the companies that Lewis reaches out to, we're going to fearmonger on them so they don't sell them. That's not libertarianism. Like, it would be nice. If we lived in that world, there may actually be no need for right to repair, because there wouldn't be any way to sue somebody over a fucking drawing. Okay, I'm still stuck at 10:25. I am very behind here. Let's scroll. Do you listen to metalcore? I know what metal is. I don't know what metalcore is. If you were a billionaire, what would you do with your life? Same thing I'm doing now. I'd probably just try to solve bigger problems. If I was a billionaire, Cuomo would not be in office. I'll give it that much. I'd find a way. I'd coke my way to a new party if necessary. Larry Sharpe would not have gotten 2% of the vote if I was a billionaire. Is Mr. Clinton libertarian? Mr. Clinton is a cat. He's a cat. Do you think we're about to have a huge homeless problem because of the eviction moratorium ending? Yes. What is up with politicians going on week-long vacations during a pandemic? I mean, they're politicians. They get to do what they want. What nationality are you? Oh, you're being a troll. Oh, fuck off. I can't believe I actually read that. Get it. Okay. At least it's gone now. Next. Peter, Rossman is German, with 2 N's is German, and my last name comes from my dad. The Italian side is my mother's side. My mother's name was Pomponio, and my first name, Louis, comes from my grandpa, Luigi. His name was Luigi Pomponio. My dad's name is Stuart Rossman, with 2 N's. The extra N got me out of being able to get an apartment a year ago, but not 10 years ago. But I've told that story so many times that it just doesn't make sense to tell it again. John, honestly, all that equipment that I'm using in my office is equipment that I already have for my private business. So it doesn't really, like, the things that a charity, again, what is needed from a charity? Okay, if I'm not going to use that space for my business to fix stuff, then I need to use it for the charity, but the business shouldn't pay for it. The charity should. But then the charity is splitting space with my business, which is conflict of interest. Then it needs people who teach. I watched the video linked when it came out. I'm not convinced by that. Then that just means we disagree. I don't really know what else to say there. Like, you can disagree with me, but that's really it. Like, I'm not going to convince someone who's an anarcho-capitalist of right to repair. It's not something that I'm going to be able to do. In an anarcho-capitalist society, I could say how we probably would have no need for this. But yeah, I mean, if you're not convinced, then I don't know. That means we have a difference in opinion. And it's not my job to convince you to change your opinion. You know, we can disagree, and that's fine. Can't you use the charity donations to purchase training equipment and all? The stuff that actually costs money is having people to do it, and all the people that I'd want to have do it would be a conflict of interest. So smartphones are getting slimmer. It is harder to repair. Isn't that great? If it had removable parts, it wouldn't be as compact. I don't buy that. I really don't buy that. Was the HTC Sensation 4G that fucking thick? Was it that unbearable? Was the Samsung S5 that unbearably thick that you were just like... I grew up with a Game Boy. I grew up trying to fit a fucking gray Game Boy in my pocket so that my parents couldn't see it when I went to church. Are you kidding? Get the fuck out of here. No. I used to have to try to hide an original fucking Game Boy in my pocket. No, I'm not listening to that shit. There's nothing wrong with that, Root Noob. There's nothing wrong with that at all. What is the first typical thing to break on a board? Why? Depends on the board. It's different in every machine, really. When will you react to Family Guy funny moments? I can't, because the funniest ones are the ones that I will get in deep shit for laughing at. I'm surprised that show still exists, honestly. Have you seen PayPal is increasing its transaction fees from $2.90 to 30 cents to $3.49 30 cents? Thoughts? It makes me happy that I moved away from PayPal as much as humanly possible. I use PayPal for a few legacy things that I can't switch over yet from because they're of recurring payments, but otherwise I've limited my exposure to PayPal in my business as much as humanly possible. My online store doesn't do PayPal. The forum for new memberships does not take PayPal. What else? Repairs doesn't take PayPal. And caps are pro-cryptocurrency. However, especially with proof of work, it harms the environment. Crypto is pretty bad. Fed is sketch, but I don't trust the top brass of crypto. They got in early. The main thing with cryptocurrency is that the only argument for it versus fiat currency, like people say fiat currency is backed by nothing. It's meaningless. You know, you need something that is actually useful, like gold or silver or whatever. Or crypto. But like crypto is also useless. Like it's the same shit. A house, you can live in it. An oil stock, a company that produces something that you need to drive around, that creates energy for the world. A farming company creates food, something you could tangibly eat, like something useful. Crypto is just like, you know, okay, it's a chain of useless data. I mean, I just don't see the value in it besides the fact that you can convince someone else to buy into it and sell it to them at a higher price than you bought it for. That's the only value I see in crypto. You can sell it to somebody else for more than you bought it for. But the intrinsic value of it is just not something that I buy into yet. I was here first, so I deserve to be the owner. Okay, child. Incorrect. You are a child because you don't understand that if you built something from nothing, that it is not someone else's right to come in and take it from you. You want to take things that you didn't make and that you had no part in. Kami. I have some old do-it-yourself encyclopedias, and it amazes me is how it instructs you to turn a vacuum motor onto a sander and how to build other power tools. The ones today tell you how to select one to buy. Yeah, that's sad. And here's the thing with people like you, not you, the one that gave the $10, but the one beforehand. Okay, child guy. Like, here's the thing. Like, you guys have reasonable points. Okay, CEO pay is way too high. Fine. Wages are too low. Sure. You abuse workers. Yes. People who just started at the company, who have zero risk, have an equal stake in it to the person that risked all of their assets and was gray by the age of 25 to start it and build it for you. No. I think that's the fundamental area where did you feel Jo Jorgens was a better presidential candidate than Jerry Johnson? Yes, because she did not have an Aleppo moment. Not having an Aleppo moment was very important. I think that's a part of where, like, if I go to Nebraska or Tennessee, I'm definitely not as right-wing as the average person I meet there. But I think the area that makes me more right-wing than the average person in New York City is just when I like, there are so many times I just have to tap you and say, no. Turn it into a workers' cooperative in spite of the fact that you spent 5 or 6 years building everything that was necessary for these people to work here. No. Turn off your business and go completely financially destitute. Lock yourself down until we tell you that you can open again, in spite of the fact that we're going to expect you to pay your rent, your employees, and everything else. No. It's like, it's healthy to enforce boundaries. Sometimes you just have to say no. 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 Kami. I am currently a law student in the U.S. What can I do to help right to repair legally? Heck, even just organizations that need free labor. Honestly, the best thing that you could do when you're in the student portion is this is what some of the people that have been contacting me have been doing. Thank you, Mike. Well, part of what you could do is if you ever have a class project where you have to cover a particular legal issue or anything where you have to present to others, where you have the opportunity to put this issue in front of other people, present this as an issue that you put in front of other people. Go over the Kodak case from 30 years ago or something like that. Get people that are around you involved. How do you get the effort towards the right to repair stuff? It seems like it would break most people. I don't know. I don't think that this breaks anybody. Running a business is far harder than the right to repair stuff, honestly. Like, the right to repair stuff is like, I go on a camera and I talk about what I think. Big whoop. Like, that's not hard. Do you think we are going to a system of digital feudalism with unrepairable equipment and soaring house prices? Yes. That probably requires a more nuanced answer than yes, but I'm not prepared to deliver it right now. Ask this son of a... What games did you have with your Game Boy? Asteroids Missile Command, Tetris, Spanky's Quest, love Spanky's Quest, Aladdin, Super Mario, the one that you couldn't fucking save, so you had to play the entire game all the way through, and the piece of shit original Game Boy. When you plug the DC plug into it, it reboots the fucking Game Boy. Imagine, here's how shit technology was back then. This is why I have no fucking sympathy for people that bitch about their phone being too thick in 2021. Imagine if every time you plug your phone into a charger, it rebooted and lost all of your data. That was the original Game Boy. Yeah, I had that version of Super Mario. I had Game Boy Camera, Pokemon Blue, Pokemon Pinball. What else? I have to go in my closet. I still have all the boxes to those games. The commie thing makes me sad because, like, the thing is, I think that I understand a lot of what the people who are more left than me understand are pushing for more than a lot of conservatives. Again, the whole idea, like, if somebody works for you, they should not be paid a wage that makes them feel ashamed to work for you. Trying to treat people the way you wish you were treated when you were an employee of another business. I think that I keep this stuff in mind a lot more than a lot of the franchise companies do in this industry, and I'm proud to be able to pay people more than what you'll get if you work at a U-Break, iFix, and all that other stuff. But the thing that is, it's like, it's the overreaching that gets me. It's the overreaching. Like, there's no real, there's no real room for nuanced or reasonable conversation anymore. Alex, here we go. I am behind by 20 minutes. I am in 10:32 in the chat window. 10:32. I agree with you on the homeless scam. Same for San Francisco. Hope you have an amazing night. Au revoir. Thank you. That could hold huge security flaws at Chase Bank. And from your last video. I agree. Possibly. YouTube did that shitty thing where all the chat from 10:33 to 10:48 is gone. 13 minutes of live chat is gone. So once I scroll to the bottom, you only get so much in the window. And once you scroll to the bottom, it fast forwards you. Son of a. So if you said something in here from 10:35 to 10:48, it's gone. That sucks. Sorry about that. They make phones thinner and we buy thick cases to protect them. Phones are thin enough. Yeah, like I have a case on this. I did not used to get cases with my phones. I used to not have a case with my phone because the phone had a bezel. So if I dropped it, I scratched the bezel. I didn't break the screen. So now I have a thinner phone, but if I drop this, the screen is done for, so I have to have a stupid case on. Such a waste. Are you a generally happy person? You seem to be slightly depressed. I'm a pretty happy guy. You got to be happy to actually do things. I don't think it's possible to be depressed and highly productive. And I say that as someone who has been depressed before in my life. I don't think it's possible to try out new ideas and be excited about new things you're doing and get things done when you're very depressed. And I'm open to being proven wrong about that by other people. That's just with my own experience. I enjoy life. I'm just saying. If anything funny happens over the course of the next few weeks, months, or years, I just want everybody who watches this to know I enjoy life. Life is good. Most repair-friendly phone or laptop? ThinkPad, EliteBook, Latitude. I'm biased to ThinkPads, but I haven't opened a lot of EliteBooks or Latitudes. The last Latitude I opened was a D610. Do you believe we're going to a form of digital feudalism, the rise of tech companies and monopoly subscription models? It's on its way there, and it's up to people to say no to it. Could you formally sublease out your for-profit business space to your nonprofit charity? That would be a giant-ass conflict of interest, and again, I don't want to walk a tightrope of potentially doing something illegal or immoral or something. Like I want to avoid that entirely. Could I sublease out my for-profit business space to my nonprofit charity? Like maybe, but that sounds so fucking conflict of interesty that I don't. If it's even remotely close to a conflict of interest, I'm like, no, fuck that. I'd rather just stay away from it. It's not worth it. So I think that there are ways that I can organize it to where I could get the exact same thing done without having to deal with that. Just want you to know, I was sad some moments ago, and you're reminding that some issues aren't happening only here motivated me to get up and clean my sheets. That's awesome, Mauricio. I'm glad to hear it. Don't use PayPal, problem solved. It's hard to avoid using PayPal nowadays. I also want to make sure, thank you, Victor Sensei, Vision Sensei. Thank you for your videos. I want to make sure that I don't give my opposition any good one-liners to use against me. I could argue stocks are worthless as well. No. Okay, you may not like Exxon, but there's a lot of people driving that fill up at Exxon gas stations, you know? You may not like some certain real estate company, but they own homes that there is demand for people to live in those homes, kind of things. Like, it's useful for something. You could argue it, but reality would demonstrate that that's not correct. People are using the assets that are owned by the companies that are being publicly traded. Nobody's living in Bitcoin. Like, nobody's eating Bitcoin. You can't, they're not building a house with Bitcoin. It's the only reason that Bitcoin has value is because people believe it has value. It's just a belief. Like, it's the same thing as the dollar, except it's harder to obviously inflate it. The thing that people like about Bitcoin and crypto is that a government can inflate it willy-nilly like they're doing with our existing currency. But at the end of the day, that fundamental argument that it's only worth something because people believe it's worth something is true. Like, this is not only worth something because I believe it's worth something. At some point, I will be thirsty, and if I don't drink this, I will die. This apartment that I live in, this is worth something. We may have different ideas on what it's worth, but if it's minus 40 degrees outside, this is worth something. You will need to be in here or you will die. Wildson, if that was correct, you'd be able to give a counter argument rather than say LOL. When are you going to make a video talking about how Albanian Elvis changed your life? Some things are just best not tossed out there into the public, Sonny. Some things are just best not tossed out into the public. Wilsden, it's not, again, a lot of people say that what I say about crypto is going to age badly because it will go up. I'm not arguing that cryptocurrency will not go up. For all I know, Bitcoin will be worth $1 million next year. I have no idea. I have no idea what other people are willing to spend on it. The argument that it's not something that is like used for something, it still remains true. You don't eat Bitcoin. You don't power cars off of Bitcoin. You don't power if a young man with a sexy Asian nurse friend wanted to increase his chances of seeing Lewis wandering the streets of New York, where would he want to be? 27th Street and 7th Avenue around 4 to 5 p.m. on a weekday, besides Monday. What was I saying? It's not like, I'm not saying that it's not going to go up. There's always somebody out there that's willing to spend a bunch of money on something that doesn't know what they're buying. And I think that will continue. Thank you. I appreciate that. Like, there was I got sent a small amount of Bitcoin a few years ago, and it went from 6 or 9,000 all the way down to 3,000. I held it all the way up to 31K because somebody else is gonna be willing to buy that shit. But that doesn't mean that just because I believe that something may go up in value does not mean that there is an intrinsic value to it. Imagine indeed, Eli Figo. Every argument I've heard against crypto is at least equally true of government-backed currency. Correct. Again, the only reason that the U.S. dollar is worth anything is because people believe it and they accept it. That's it. That's the only argument. You can't drink U.S. dollars. You can't live inside of U.S. dollars. You can't eat U.S. dollars. You can't power a car or industrial machinery with U.S. dollars. You can't put U.S. dollars in the ground and then 12 months later come back and have a plant with food come out of U.S. dollars. For me, I don't want to invest in currencies in general. And crypto is just another currency. I would want to invest in real things as an investment. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe when it comes to crypto, Bitcoin will be $1 million or maybe it'll be $1. I have no fucking clue. But I don't want to speculate on that. Everyone who thinks that hardware shouldn't be able to repair, they should check out the Framework laptop. Einhardt. Who are you to say CEO pay is too high? It's not what I said. I said that other people say that that can be too high compared to the employee, and I can understand where they're coming from. Mofo. Currency is one of the worst use cases for blockchain, but it's a misnomer to say, oh, cryptocurrency is currency, smart contracts, and dApps generate revenue. Smart contracts and dApps. I'd like to see a good use case for it. Why don't you start making your own repair manuals like Heinz and Chilton's did for cars? Repair.wiki. We've done a lot of that. Repair.wiki. We got a lot of good stuff here. Is it showing up? Uh-oh. Here we go. Yeah, you can find a lot of stuff here. Start at Rossmann church groups. You could skip the rules. That's kind of strange. Converting into a workers' co-op is dumb. Starting at a workers' co-op is much better and understandable. Yeah, I would have no problem starting something as a workers' co-op. Like starting something as a workers' co-op, cool. Converting it into a workers' co-op, like that's just fundamentally unfair. It's like we take an equal take of everything right now, but one of us had to take 0 or negative for 3 or 4 years. It just doesn't make sense. Where should I start if I want to learn about board level electronics? YouTube.com/Rossmann group. We have a MacBook component level logic board repairs playlist. In that playlist, you'll see there'll be a link to a guide that you can read. It's a beginner's guide to board repair that I include in all of my logic board repair videos. It's about 150 pages, and there's also a playlist. There's a logic board repair playlist on my channel, which you can watch to find all of the board repair videos. Non-dividend stocks are the same as Bitcoin unless you have significant voting power. You're simply trying to get someone to pay a higher price. Non-dividend stocks mean that you own a portion of a company that creates something that is useful. When you own Bitcoin, you own a piece of random cryptographic code. It's not the same. We're not even talking about voting power. You own a portion of something that produces a tangible product in the real world. Now, if you own a Bitcoin stock, that is true to some extent. A small crypto is a hedge against the very real threat of hyperinflation, like keeping an emergency is a hedge against natural disaster. A small crypto is a hedge against hyperinflation so long as other people believe in it. Like, I would consider a house to be a hedge against inflation more than a cryptocurrency because it's a real asset. It's a real property. Have you ever looked up to CEO Dan Price, who made everyone's salary $70K? And thank you for what you do for the repair community. There was this, I don't know if I remember him. I do remember reading about this one person on Twitter that cut his pay so he could pay his employees more during the pandemic or during the beginning years, and he asked a lot of work out of them, and it did increase their morale. And he got more out of it. And I don't believe in the model of like, I find company, I make $800,000 a year, worker makes $12 an hour. Like, I don't believe in that model. I think it just makes people feel like shit. Honestly, I think anybody who's if you're making $12 an hour and you're not, okay, for the first 2 or 3 months you work here until you're actually good at what you do, we're going to start you. If it's anything other than that arrangement, I don't feel cool with it. The area where I disconnect from the commie people, or where they say, if you don't have a worker co-op, that in and of itself, still drinking water? Yes. The cats get wet food, not dry food. They're very spoiled. Where if you don't have a workers co-op, you are an exploiter. That's bullshit. Because what they're doing there is they're not assigning any value to the customer base. They're not assigning any value to the procedures that were put in place before they started here. They're not putting any value into the training materials that were put in place before they started here. They're not putting any value into the training they may have received. They're not putting any, like, none of that is actually getting valued. That is all being valued at $0. So someone can't come here and say that I'm exploiting somebody because they are not getting to keep 100% of the profit when they are not appreciating the fact that there would not be anything here if it wasn't for the fact that all of this was created prior to them showing up. It's ideological extremism. It's like, I get it. There's a lot of people in the world that fuck people over, that screw people over, so we're going to swing over to this side, all the way to this side. But like the problem is when I speak to people that have swung all the way to the side is there's no difference between me and a You Break I Fix in their eyes. Like, You Break I Fix has ads on Craigslist, right? I mean, not Craigslist. I've read them on their site for like $17 an hour for management. $17 an hour for management. I've had interns make more than that. Like, my manager here makes more than twice that. More than twice that, easily, before bonuses. But the person who made that comment doesn't see a distinction. It's just like, you're not a worker co-op, so you're evil. And I just don't fuck with that because there's not much nuance in there. Just want to say the stuff you're uncovering and shedding light on, from New York City shenanigans and right to repair to this new console shit, is super appreciated and important. Much love from Philly. Thank you. Because what they're doing is when they're saying, okay, you need to make the equal amount of money to, let's say, to someone who started, they're assigning no value to the work that it took to get here. And that's fine if you want to assign no value to the work that I took to get here. But that kind of spits in the face of the argument that I'm undervaluing you to begin with. It's like the person who comes into the business with that mindset is undervaluing the person that they're claiming is undervaluing them. With the current Amazon building boom, do you feel like it will fail in 50 years like the steel industry and car industry, or is it here to stay? What do you mean by Amazon building boom? Do you mean where they're building more warehouses to do this Prime stuff? I think it's going to be here to stay until we get teleportation. Either until we get teleportation or cheap 3D printing to where you can actually 3D print yourself a Ryzen CPU. I think that they're going to keep building until you can buy an affordable 3D printer where you download a file and it just 3D prints you your Ryzen CPU. I think it's here. Dan Pricey also made his salary $70K as well. I haven't read about him. Toxic Chat says, I'm crazy. Welcome to YouTube. Shit, I'm at 10:53 in chat, and it's up to 11:12. So if I don't scroll through a bunch of this stuff, then I'm going to miss it. Socialism is just the response to late-stage capitalism. What do you think of Northridge Fix? I gave my opinion on the last stream, so I don't really want to repeat it again, but I feel bad because he gave $5. I don't particularly have a lot of respect for him because he misinterpreted the entire point of a video that I did 1 year ago so that he could pontificate himself as morally superior. So I did a video responding to someone from Amazon that said, you claim that we're only shipping essential items, but here we are shipping dildos, and you're not even giving us time to clean the warehouses in the middle of COVID. That's fucked up. So I did a video about that, and I had a dildo in the thumbnail with the title of something like essential or something like that. And he said that I'm just doing this stuff to be crude, or, you know, I'm doing this to be crude and obscene and blah blah blah. And it's like, no, mofo, you missed the point of the fucking video so that you could act like you're morally superior or this person that's cleaner than me or something. It put a bad taste in my mouth. It's like you went out of your way to miss the point of the video to be a prick, and I really didn't appreciate that. I also don't appreciate that when he was soldering a battery connected to the board, he used fucking 48 gauge wire. That shit's gonna cause a fire. That's disgusting. And he still has that video public on his channel. It would be cool if crypto were mined by iterating over data with scientific uses, but then again, there are services that do paying dollars. Huh. Odd. Socialism is a response to late-stage capitalism. People who call themselves socialists are really socialists. God damn it. Here, just because I love the message so much, I'm going to assign some value to my own showing up. Keep on fighting the good fight, Lewis. Thank you, Fat Surprise. I do agree. There are people that say they're socialists, but they don't. They just want universal health care or something like that. But you get a lot of people use one word to mean a bunch of different things. There's not much nuance in it. Where am I? Okay, I'm behind by a lot. I don't remember Game Boy ever doing that. Can't go back in time. It was there. The original version of Super Mario, that's why ROM dumps are needed to actually best some of these old games. Where do you think the housing market is headed? I have no fucking clue. Don't ask me for investment advice, man. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I don't see it coming down anytime soon. You'd have to up interest rates for the housing market to cool off, and that's not going to happen because it would destroy the country. In my opinion, that's not financial advice. I'm not a professional investment services advisor or a financial planner. Okay, where am I? I am so far behind. I feel so bad. I'm going to be kicking off so many people's comments. Autocorrect can go straight to HELL. Playing a Game Boy with a flashlight in the dark was a vibe. Want to know what's messed up? Large Pennsylvania city decides to change its rules, require electrician's license for low voltage wiring. What large Pennsylvania city? I'm curious. Okay, so let me scroll up. I missed a bunch of stuff. Okay, now everything from 10:55 to 11:05 is gone. I apologize. Should add automotive to repair wiki. I have no idea how to fix automotive stuff, but if you do, you're welcome to add it. Why didn't New Yorkers take to Andrew Yang? He was totally out of touch. There was this one particular article that I remember as the death of his campaign. Okay, two things. A, he was pro-Israel, and even in the mildest. Okay, he wasn't. Allow me to fix that. He wasn't anti-Israel enough, and you need to. If you're not anti-Israel enough, you have no chance of winning here. I think that was a part of it, but the real issue was when they asked, okay, what do you think property prices are in New York City? And the answer that he gave showed him to be completely out of touch with the average person. And I was actually surprised. I was not expecting Andrew Yang to be nearly as out of touch as he was. But there was this one interview where they were asking a bunch of the different political candidates, like, what does an apartment cost? What does a house cost? What does a condo cost? He has no fucking idea what it costs to live in the city. He should not be the mayor if he can. If you don't know what it costs to live here, get out of here. Stocks do not give you ownership in any real way of voting. And what way do you own a piece of the company? Do you get a cut of their profit? No. You get a cut of their profit in either the form of a dividend, or if it is not a dividend, the company can choose to do a buyback using their profits if other people don't recognize the value of it and purchase it. So often companies will do stock buybacks to increase the value of it. But also, let's say that the company is disbanded. Let's say that the company decides today, we're going to sell this company and get rid of it. They're selling real assets. Like you own a portion of you own part of the company. You may not like the fact that you only own a share and that you don't have voting stock, but it doesn't change the fact that fundamentally you own a part of the company, even if it's a small part of the company. You own a part of a company that's producing something. You don't own a fucking digital token. Will your company repair remotely online? That is impossible. That requires teleportation or some sort of technology where, like, I put my hands into something and then my soldering iron pops out on the other end. We're not there yet. And by the time we're there, you are not going to need people like me to fix technology anymore. I assure you. You will not need tech people like... Has Kopaz come to a workshop yet? Yes, he did. And he fucked up the one thing that he worked on, that mofo. I actually trusted him with something. I made a giant mistake. And for like 90 seconds, I trusted him with something. And you put the chip on crooked. It's like it was already a dead device, so there was no fixing it. I worked on it already; it was dead. I figure I can trust you to just put the chip back. But why would I do that? I have video evidence of him putting a chip on fucking crooked. It's my fault more than anything. But the device, there was already. I wound up putting it on properly at the end. That's Kopaz for you. Is contract deposit at a bank with US dollars more or less meaningful than the same thing with cryptocurrency? Again, my stance is that when it comes to the dollar and cryptocurrency, I'm making the same argument. A lot of people seem to be arguing because they think I'm defending the dollar. I am not defending the dollar. The dollar is the ultimate meme currency, but I'm simply comparing it to other investments in real items or assets. Thanks again for referring Mark at iPad Rehab. I'm glad you got your data back, MBS Frenchie. And yeah, again, Mark is the best at that. I know he's better than me there, so I'm not going to tell you to send it to me when I know Mark will do a better job. Mark is better than me there. He is my better in this industry at that type of work. He's awesome. Stock buybacks are commonly seen by institutional shareholders to drive the price as a sign of lack of confidence, and dilution is way more common. It doesn't change the fact that you own a portion of a business. My argument is that with cryptocurrency, you own a digital token, which is really nothing other than just a hash. It's just nothing other than a bunch of random data, as opposed to owning something that is real, that is tangible, that is useful for something. Like, even if everybody decides even if every single person, goddamn it, Philly is the city, yet union electricians claim fiber carries current, then proceed to give you 50 of old OM1 fiber when OM3 is required. I was going to guess it was Philadelphia, but I was going to guess. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that your job is harder now. If the Chase web interface was any nicer, you couldn't afford it. Any thoughts on crypto scams running rampant right now? How do you know how much heat to apply to a device without damaging things? The bare minimum required to remove the chip. The bare minimum required to remove the chip on that board. And you experiment with different boards, because some boards, like MacBook boards, very high thermal mass. They're going to absorb all the heat you throw at them and then more. Lots of preheating required, higher temperature. Most other boards, lower temperature, less preheating required. Experimentation. All crypto is a scam because it's easy to pump and dump. I don't think something is a scam because it's easy to pump and dump. Nor am I calling a specific cryptocurrency a scam. Obviously, the people that randomly post shit in my channel, like, find this broker, he help you out, when they're pretending to be me in my chat, that's annoying, and that's a bullshit scam. How would you protect your assets in today's economic environment? Dude, no clue. You could buy housing because that's a real thing, but housing is a bubble. You could buy stocks because stocks are investments in real companies that do real things, but every fucking stock is trading at an insane PE. The stock market is a bubble. You could buy value stocks, but value stocks are a meme. Like, let's look at something like Exxon. I mean, look at the price of Exxon when crude oil was $59. And then look at the price of Exxon when crude oil was $70. Like, yeah, that's a meme. You could look at green energy stocks, but they're also insane PE. They don't even have fucking earnings, a lot of them. So that's a bubble. You could buy gold or silver, but if you bought gold or silver in 2011, you were probably pissed for a really long time after that. I wanted the opportunity to thank you for your channel and sharing what you know. COVID shut my gym down. As a personal trainer, I was out of work. I fell back to my hobby and repair to make a living. Thank you. And that's the way to do it. Because a lot of people, here's the thing. If I was in your position, if I was doing stuff at a gym professionally and all of that got shut down, I would not be able to make the transition over to a new career immediately. I would be I'd probably be depressed for a good 1.5 to 2 years before I was able to get up off my ass and try something new, much less be successful at it. So good on you. Right to repair. New Jersey resident commutes to New York with a long commute. Is even returning to an office going to be worthwhile? Depends on your employer, really. If this is the thing with the whole thing with work at home is, I understand employers' reluctance to work at home because you have to redo everything from scratch and you have to deal with a bunch of new issues to make work at home work. So there's a what's the word I'm looking for? There's a pain point, and people and managers want to avoid the pain point. COVID required every manager in almost every industry to confront this pain point of how do you deal with a work from home environment. When's the next soldering meetup? I haven't scheduled it yet, but it's going to be sometime over the next week and a half. Sometime over the next week and a half, I'll be announcing the next one. I prefer weekdays because I have my staff there, but weekends are where most people are available. But I really prefer weekdays because I have staff there, whereas on the weekends I just have David and I. So once employers have met that pain point, okay, we figured out how to make work from home work. We figured out how to manage people remotely. Hey, boss, why are we paying $80,000 a month for this office again? you know, we could just pay like $5,000, just have a couple of people come to the office and everybody else can work at home. Since we already figured all this stuff out and we can already see that it works because we've been a company for the past year and a half, you're going to see the real estate market crash real hard with that. Hello, Lewis. I was wondering if you could, that's not financial advice, by the way, just my opinion. One sec. I got to read that. What is the best place to buy OEM MacBook batteries and screen? I'm sorry I'm laughing at that question. It literally changes every single week. OEM batteries, good luck with that. 99% of the OEM batteries you're going to get are going to be used pulls, and the quality of those are going to depend on where you're getting them from, and it's going to change by the week. And for screens, yeah, literally every single week, it's a different person. All the people that I bought screens from 4 years ago at this point are out of business. All the people that I bought screens from 8 years ago were out of business 4 years ago. All the people I bought screens from 12 years ago were out of business 10 years ago. It's constantly changing. I know that's not the answer you want to hear, but that's the reality. That's why being in this business is an aggravation, and that's why I am pushing for Right to Repair almost full time. I work in marketing. How can I contribute to Right to Repair? Publications, press, TV exposure, interviews help out. How do I get my point across to people outside of the Reddit and YouTube bubble that I have? I'm not trying to downplay having 1.6 million subscribers, but at the end of the day, I'm really kind of talking to the same people over and over again. I talk here, someone in my comments likes what I say, they post it to r/videos, it gets upvoted to the front page, people who see Reddit watch it, then it brings more video. It's the same thing. I need to get out of that. I need to get to more average everyday people. Do you think the end goal of the anti-right to repair companies is to eventually have a technologically illiterate society where no one knows anything works, therefore we have to depend on them? No, I think that being technologically illiterate is a prerequisite for us to accept it. But I think that their goal is the recurring revenue bundle, otherwise known as the rundle. Scott Galloway describes it as the rundle. I like Scott Galloway. Can you give Mr. Clinton a treat on behalf of those who cannot? Erica, can you give Mr. Clinton a treat? Someone just gave $1 for a Clinton treat. Okay. I attended your soldering support meetup on Saturday. Thanks for showing me surface mount soldering. Have a high appreciation for all that you do. Thanks for showing up. You make stuff like this possible. Hopefully I'm able to do more of them in the future. I'm going to put in time and effort so that I can do more of them in the future. And when I do more of them in the future, I hope that you and other people show up. And I'm glad that you got something out of it. I really am. Not blowing smoke up your ass. I actually enjoy doing those. How about a break from reality? Are you a what? I have no idea what that is. I feel bad because you gave $3, but I have absolutely no idea what that is. I can't even begin to speculate on what that is. I won $100 on an instant lottery ticket, and I intend over the course of the next month to use all those winnings on Lewis Rossman $5 super chats. That's not a good way to spend your money, but I appreciate it. But that's not the ideal way to spend your money. That is financial investment advice right there. I will stand behind that. That is one way to guarantee that your money does not grow, is to give it to people on YouTube. You helped me motivate to continue pursuing my business. Thank you. Thank you, Swiss. So you need a loaf of bread. You're going to sell your house for a loaf of bread? No, of course not. So either fill your house with food, medicine, or everything you need, or have alt currencies. Oh, that is... I hope you're responding to something in chat and not, like, responding to me with that. I did not tell you to sell your house for a loaf of bread. Giant straw man. I'm gonna assume the best and assume you're responding to someone else in chat. Also, that's a 20-minute-old comment, so you're probably gone by now. Built-in batteries in the iPod were the worst thing invented. Yeah, everybody started following them. Once Diamond Rio started following Apple with glued-in batteries, or batteries inside the device was the end. Any big wins coming in Right to Repair? Awareness stage sucks. Not yet, but working on it. Why use anything? Let's just go back to bartering with that logic. Again, this is what pisses me off about the crypto discussion entirely. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the arguments that people use against fiat is something that you can use, that is often used against crypto. I'm not saying we go back to bartering. I'm saying that as for an investment for the future. Like, I keep dollars because I need to spend money on shit. But investments for the future, I want to be in things that are not random strings of data. Off topic, but what music do you vibe with? Alice in Chains? Dream Theater? Alice in Chains. I enjoy Alice in Chains. Luis, why are you so angry? 'Cause you spell my name with not enough vowels. Can I buy a vowel, sir? What are some interesting books you would recommend? Could be any category. I'm going to spam the same book that I always spam in this chat because I think the world would be a better place if more people were effective at communicating here. So, there we go. I am going to spam it. This is for John Puskas. It is Gym Camp Start With No. That was a very good book. My stepmom got me that book 8 years ago, and it changed my life. Me too, STHOM. It's more fun that way. Consider doing a TED Talk. Good promotion for Right to Repair. I don't know. I don't know if that would get me outside of the YouTube bubble. I didn't know there was an upcoming Dream Theater album, but I look forward to it. How much is right to be charged by fixing my MacBook? They did a reflow on U7600 on my MacBook and charged me charmed $300. I mean, if we were charming, we would charge you more probably. We usually charge $325 for board repair, but that extra $25 is to be charmed, not charged. Do makeup tutorials to get outside your regular. That's not for me. My business model is based on no fee, no fix, no fee. So and free estimates. So we have free estimates, there's no diagnosis fee, and no fix, no fee. So there's no fee regardless of how much time we put into it. So we charge more money for the successful repairs, but we balance it out by giving you a free estimate, and no matter how much time I put into it, if I can't figure it out, you don't pay. That model makes more sense for me than charging less money, but having a diagnostic fee and, oh, we weren't able to fix it, $40 reassembly fee kind of bullshit. Favorite Dream Theater song? Scarred from 8 minutes and 15 seconds. Live from 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Blind Faith from 7 minutes and 55 seconds. Goodnight Kiss from 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Stream of Consciousness from 7 minutes and 55 seconds. What else is there? Yes, I do remember the guitar solos in all the songs across my entire catalog, where the guitar solo starts and where the singing ends. I typically need a super chat for VTubers, but gotta send some love your way for making my job easier with Repair Wiki and soldering guides. Firstly, I'm very glad that the Repair Wiki has actually helped you in some way, shape, or form. That makes me happy, because that project was not getting the traction that I was hoping it was getting. I was really hoping that I would be able to actually be able to pay and compensate people for posting useful content to that, and I did not find much interest. And secondly, what the fuck is a VTuber? VTuber? Is that like a typo of YouTuber? VTuber. VTuber. What kind of phone do you use and why? I use an S10e. A, it fits in my hand. A prerequisite for a device that I use every day, it fit in my fucking hand. I am not holding a phone like this. I'm holding a phone like this. B, it has a headphone jack so that I could plug my microphone into it, but also have it charging at the same time if I want to use a white microphone while charging. Let's say if it's being used for a car stream. I want to be able to plug it in and have the microphone at the same time. C, it has a micro SD card slot. D, I was able to find it used for like $290. We're glad you stay in New York City. I'll visit you for one of your seminar and I will donate when I get there. Would you ever repair game consoles? I don't know. I don't know if they like. I don't know if I could economically viable repair them in an economically viable way in contrast to other repair centers. Hello, Rodrigo. You have a good night. He probably left, but Rodrigo's been a regular listener for like 6 years. So hi. Thermorectal cryptoanalysis. Nothing is secure. Nothing is secure. BMW or Audi? BMW or Audi? 1994 Celica. That is a dystopian future, but don't put it off for them to do that. Team McJesus, if the right to repair bill gets passed, what do you think they would do in response? I think that they would pretend it doesn't exist and just keep on going work as usual and try to get it pushed back through the court system for as long as humanly possible and make the lawsuit against them go on for as long as humanly possible and hope that it just goes away. That's the most realistic thing I can imagine. I'm behind by 23 minutes. I'm a shitty streamer. Any volunteer work needed for right to repair? You're doing God's work, sir. Again, the best thing that you could do. I don't have something where like sign up here to volunteer and get right. And if enough people sign up, right to repair gets passed. The way this works is you have to get people involved and excited in it. And how you do that is up to you. You have authority with people in your own life. I don't have authority with the people that you know, but you have authority among people in your own life. And you know what it would take to get people in your own life to care about an issue. And what this really needs is to have the most widespread support as possible without it being turned into a culture war. And it really does risk getting turned into a culture war because I'm the head of it. Like that's the part that sucks. It's cathartic watching your videos in New York City. As a resident, it'll drive you crazy. Your rants are music to my soul. Oh, thank you. The reason that right to repair, there's a risk of it turning into a culture war is because I am, sadly, for some screwed up reason, the focal person that's associated with this as a movement and as a philosophy. And I am a flawed human being. I'm also very highly opinionated. I am very, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm very abrasive. I'm not very sociable. I say shit that I'm probably not supposed to say. So if I'm going to put a lot of people off. And if I'm the head of it, that's not going to be the best thing. So it needs to have support from as many people as possible that can get their friends and their coworkers and their family members excited about it, rather than it being just me getting them excited about it. Because I don't have authority in their lives. Find something broken, Brandon. Go out there and find something. There's an Acer 5517 on eBay with your name on it somewhere. $2015 MacBook Pro POS or decent laptop. 15-inch, it's a 13-inch, you're going to have your trackpad cable fail on you, and when your trackpad cable fails on you, it will stop working. Similar to the hard drive cable in the A1278. You won't be able to use your keyboard or your trackpad anymore because the keyboard is actually routed through the fucking trackpad and then back to the motherboard. If it's a 15-inch, you're probably fine. If it's a 13-inch, your trackpad cable will die, and you should buy one in advance and carry it with you along with a pentalobe screwdriver and a T5, so that when it does die on you, you're not stuck without a computer. I have not watched the Ninja Turtles since I was 9 years old, so I don't remember any of that. I remember Batman Beyond. That was a much better TV show than Ninja Turtles, by a far margin. I remember Batman Beyond very well. You feel the same way about no real estate? Newark. No real estate? Newark? I don't know what you mean by no real estate, as opposed to what? I apologize. As an Amazon worker, I was cool with sending people sex toys. Staying home and getting off is safer than going around spreading the virus. The problem is that they were saying we're only sending people essential items, but then saying, yeah, we make time to clean everything. If they had actually, like, dare I say, taken a day off and let some customers fucking wait and, done all the cleaning and everything needed to make the employees feel comfortable, that would be one thing. But you should have your employees feel comfortable. No point discussing Bitcoin with Lewis. Great guy, but he hasn't researched it yet. Read the Bitcoin Standard. You can get it as an audiobook. Again, it's not... This is the thing that everybody says. They say, you don't understand it. It's going to go up because of this. I'm like, no. I'm not arguing with you that it's going, whether or not it's going to go up or not. I have no idea what it's going to do. I'm not arguing that it's going to go up or down. I'm simply arguing that you cannot eat a fucking Bitcoin. Like, can we get that part? You can't eat fiat currency, but you cannot eat a Bitcoin. You cannot live inside a Bitcoin. You cannot live inside a fiat currency. You cannot eat a Bitcoin. You cannot eat a fiat currency. You cannot power a car with a Bitcoin. You cannot power a car with fiat currency. We disagree. It's okay to disagree. New Jersey. Okay, I'm a dumbass. I'm sorry. I should have been able to autocorrect that in my head. Yeah, almost everything that it seems that you can apply, a lot of my criticisms that apply to New York City real estate really seem to apply to Newark as well. Their property prices seem to be insane. After that one guy responded to my video, I actually went back through mine and called some of the places that were open, and I noticed that their prices are insane. Not Midtown Manhattan insane, but still insane. There's a reason those places are empty. How did you meet Erica? I met Erica in a... Can I give an honest answer, Erica? I met Erica in... Someone asked for $2. How did I meet you? What do I say?
An Apple store.
No, I didn't meet her in an Apple store.
No? Not in Tim Cook's house party?
Not Tim Cook's house party. I met her in a YouTube comment section. The number one reason Apple pisses me off, I met her in that comment section. I met her in the comment section, and I think the number one reason Apple pisses me off.
R/Apple.
I think it was that or r/Apple. Thank you, JP. I am on 11:14. I am so behind. Okay. Very behind. Virtual YouTuber. Every comment from 11:15 to 11:32 is gone. YouTube chat is horrible. I'm surprised they haven't fixed this at this point. It's really surprising, given the amount of money that they have, that basic problems. Are you a fan of Star Trek's Captain Kirk or Captain Picard? I've never watched an episode of Star Trek. They used to have reruns of Star Trek when I was a kid, but they were always in the channel that had no reception. I could only watch channel 5. 5 was the only channel I could watch, and sometimes I could watch channel 4. But that was it. Every other channel came in fuzzy. Honestly, towards the end, a lot of channel 5 came in fuzzy too. I didn't have cable, and I lived in a place that was surrounded by trees, so the antenna that we put on the roof could barely get any reception. Okay, this is kind of funny. I don't even know if I should share what it is in chat I'm laughing at. You know what? I'll leave it to the imagination of the viewer. Your thoughts on running for New York City office? No, I don't hate myself that much. There are a lot of problems in New York City that have been in the making for 20 or 30 or 40 years, and we're in the late stage of them, and we're not really in the stage of like minor adjustments or fixing things. We're in the stage of like bulldoze and start over, in my opinion. And I would be a horrible politician. I really would be. I would piss off everybody, and I'd wind up getting, I'd wind up having my head put in one of those nice wooden resting places for it, and zing, it wouldn't go well. Do you think tenants have too many rights over landlords? The eviction moratorium helps the tenants, but landlords are stuck paying taxes, etc. I think model and blurred lines. Video didn't pay a rent. What are your thoughts on Amazon Sidewalk? I have no idea what Amazon Sidewalk is. In terms of tenants having too many rights over landlords, I think it was a compromise that was made based on a question of who would upend society. What would upend society faster? Taking away landlord rights, or taking away tenant rights, or taking away bank rights? They weren't going to take away bank rights for obvious reasons. And when it comes to landlords versus tenants, there are more tenants than landlords. So they decided to take away landlord rights. It really was a question of somebody, if we do lockdown, somebody's going to eat it. Just which group are we going to make eat it? Okay, I actually did Google Amazon Sidewalk in good faith, and Amazon is not loading for me right now for some reason. So I can't fucking figure out what that is. I tried. See, Amazon it is... Okay, it's some... Huh. I tried to clean up mode for a bunch of school laptops. It's the best way to do so. It's pretty thick on some of them. Long story. Microfiber cloth. And, okay, do you mean from the outside or the inside? From the inside, take the boards and put them in ultrasonic cleaners. For the outside... Microfiber cloth. Start out with something like Uvex lens cleaner. If that doesn't work, switch over to Windex. If that doesn't work, then switch over to alcohol. Any updates on business license shenanigans? Yes. Right after my video came out, I had emails from Fox News and ABC News and lots of other people. But before I even got back to them, I got a call from the Department of Consumer Affairs, and they gave me this lovely white glove treatment that I've never gotten in New York City before. It's amazing how that works. It's fucking sad that you have to have 1.6 million subscribers to be able to get what you fucking paid for 13 months ago in the city. But that's the way it works here. Pay me and I'll tell you how and when to move on crypto. You sound like those people that pretend they're me in my comment section. To make it short, Amazon Sidewalk turns any Amazon Alexa device into a Wi-Fi hotspot for people to connect to. Here's the thing. I can't tell you why it makes my skin crawl, but it makes my skin crawl. I don't want to give Jeff Bezos more. It makes my skin crawl, and I can't tell you why it makes my skin crawl. It's there's this good book that who's this guy? What's his name? He made a book called Malcolm Gladwell's this book called Blink, where he talks about how there's a different part of your brain used for the instant gut reactions versus the long thought out stuff, but the gut reactions are often right for a different set of reasons. Would you get a non-Tesla electric car, Hummer, electric Ford F-150 Lucid? Probably not a Lucid. Let's see. The first company to come out with an electric car that is affordable and not a meme, that you can charge across a wide variety of locations with good range, I'd be open to. Over Tesla. I don't have to go to the bathroom. I just have a lot of tics, and they get worse if I don't focus on them because I'm focusing on something else, or if I spend too much time doing one thing and I'm not able to focus on avoiding the tics. It's aggravating. What do you think of Bill C-10? It's a bill to overhaul Canada's internet rules. Oh, that's going to take a lot of... I can't answer that in like 9 seconds. Advocates, it will ensure Canadian artists are supported as their work is increasingly consumed in global streaming giants. Critics warn it could potentially curtail freedom of speech or limit access to websites. Oh, is that thing that like when you search for things, like what they had in Australia, that when you search for things, a news aggregating sites would have to pay for what they aggregate? See, that's the thing. I want to answer your question, but I don't want to give I don't want to talk about something where I have absolutely zero information on it. It's one thing if I disagree with the audience. It's another to give an opinion on something where I have like zero information. I'm completely ignorant of that, so if I say anything on it, I'm just going to sound like a complete jackass. This is an Audio-Technica 4050. I did the Ricky Began trick of getting a used beat-up one for about $300 or $200, and I hammered it back into place, and then I used a Sharpie so that it would look black. See, it looks like it's a black microphone, when in reality it was a scratch beat-up shit microphone. That's the power of the Sharpie. You accept an invite to a college or university for a paid repair seminar or too much legal stuff? Yeah, I mean, there are colleges that I've spoken at for free. But the thing is, it depends on whether or not I'm a good fit for whatever it is that you're looking to have a talk on. I always want to make sure that when I'm speaking with an educational institution that I'm just 100% clear that I have no qualifications for any of the shit that I'm doing. I'm a guy that just figured everything out in his office that doesn't really know. Like, again, if you're looking for someone to explain Ohm's law or coulombs or shit, that ain't me. But yeah, I'm happy to speak at a college. So you're based. What is based? I see this all the time, and I haven't bothered to look up what that means. What is based? Kilmer's titles and thumbnails anger me. Too much clickbait. Yes, 100% it's obvious that Scotty Kilmer is going full on for the clickbait. If you don't believe it, just look at the fucking video descriptions. But like again, I had a boss like that was in his 80s, and like it's just, I don't even think it's a boomer thing. It's kind of like a silent generation thing. Like when you see people that are over 80, you start using social media. I find it really cool in the ways in which they use it. It's just interesting to me. I like seeing the wheels turn. I had a boss like that when I worked in this place in the Film Center building 14 or 15 years ago, and it was very interesting. I listen, my audience has asked me to reach out to Tim Cass to show up in his show. I have emailed him, his assistant, other people numerous times. I never heard back. I'm not going to keep barking up I'm not going to keep barking up the same tree. You know, like, I appreciate it. I appreciate that you want to see me on that show. I have reached out. I haven't heard back. Same thing when people say, like, why don't you show up on Joe Rogan? It's like, because you don't just show up and march your way into a show. You email, and if you get a response, you get a response, and if you don't, you don't. But yeah, I don't mind talking about right to repair to virtually anybody. Let's see. Can I still achieve the American dream in New York? Possibly. Who am I to tell you you can't? I'll be real with you. There's less economic opportunity here right now than there used to be. But I'm not going to tell you you can't achieve something. I am not going to tell you that you can't achieve the American dream in New York. I will tell you that it's way fucking harder, and good luck to you. But, I mean, the opportunities that were available to me 13 years ago here when I started this business are not the opportunities that are going to be available to you here, just based on the fact that there's a lot more dead business here now than there used to be, and there's a lot less money here right now than there used to be. But I'm not, who am I to tell you that you can't live, that you can't achieve a dream? Sidebar with Viva Frey or live stream with Rokita Law? Why not? Email me at contact@fight2repair, and I'll try to make it happen. I got China virus. My balls... What? Okay, that's just weird, Baron. That's weird. Batman Beyond was fire. It was an amazing show. I'm not reading that. What's the most touristy thing you like to do? Go see Broadway shows from time to time. That's a touristy thing to do. I don't know a single fucking person in New York City that goes see Broadway shows. None of the people that actually live here that spend all their money on rent, that just to be able to afford to live have the luxury of paying $200 to $400 a ticket for a Broadway show. I don't know a single person that sees Broadway shows, and it ain't because they're uncultured. It's because after a 50 or 70-hour work week, who the fuck has the money or the time to spend $300 or $500 to see something when you could just watch it on YouTube? But yeah, I like Broadway shows from time to time. But that does seem like to be a tourist thing. Would be great if our government wasn't ran by statist clowns. I don't know about status, but it would be best if they weren't run by clowns. I don't think you could have a government that is not in some way statist, because in order to have a government that has an individual that has power over you from the government, that is appointed by the government, then you have to believe in a state. Just realized this week I walk past your shop every day on the way to work. What's the place like 2 doors down with the metal frames and stuff? Are you talking about the sock place, or are you talking about the photo shoot place? I haven't really explored much on 27th Street. I moved in here in February of 2020, and March of 2020 was shut down, so I didn't really have the time to explore or meet my neighbors or anything like that. I met the flooring guy, who kind of ghosted me on the flooring, which sucked, because that's how I met Eugene. Would you consider building your own house when you move? See, that's not something that I know how to do very well. I work in mobile repair, and I'm looking to start board level work. Can you recommend any resource for someone who's never touched a soldering iron? What you should do is you should watch the videos on iPad Rehab's channel from start to finish. Binge that shit. Go to iPad Rehab's channel, binge it. Go to STS Telecom's channel, binge it. Watch it all. All of it. Start to finish. Every fucking video. And then buy stuff that's broken and experiment. On your own time, on your own dime. There's a Broadway lottery system that lets you see a Broadway show for about $60 bucks. I don't want to enter the damn lottery. That's the thing, like with New York City. If you want to afford to live here, housing lottery. You want to afford to see a show, Broadway lottery. Fuck that. I'd like to be able to afford to do things. Maybe I'm being a little salty here. Why the fuck do I need to enter a lottery to be able to afford to do basic shit? How does Right to Repair address the issue of replacing microcontrollers and laptops with custom firmware? What do you mean by microcontroller here? Well, let's say you have a microcontroller with a piece of custom firmware. Where can I donate for Right to Repair in crypto, like USD coin? I do not have that. I do not have a method for that at this point in time. I am sorry. I do not have Right to Repair crypto. Okay, so let's say we're talking about a keyboard chip, right? Because the U5701 and the A1278 says firmware on it. Or let's say the U9600, the LVDS MUX on the older MacBook Pros have firmware on them, and it's custom firmware. I ripped that chip off of a donor board right now. Would it kill the company to make either the firmware available, or if they don't want to make the firmware available, to the compiled firmware available, not source code, would it kill them to make the chip available? In a large corp health industry doing illegal things or things that work against patient health, how do you have the courage to work against them? Whistleblow. You need to trust that the value that you will add to the world by being a whistleblower is greater than the value of the money that you're getting from this shit-ass menial job that you have. And that's a leap of faith you're taking, because you don't know when that's going to pay off, you don't know how that's going to pay off, you don't know if it will pay off, but you need to know that you can provide more value to the world by whistleblowing corrupt shit than whatever salary you're getting. And you need to believe that. Enough to buy the complete Star Trek, the original series, and the Next Generation on DVD and Amazon minus Streamlabs take. Holy crap. Okay, someone wants to watch me to watch all Star Trek. You want to watch every season of Star Trek? I have a very disinterested stare. A very disinterested blank stare. Okay, I tried. Holy crap, that is very kind of you. Since you sometimes talk about politics, can you tell us your opinion on the Fed Reserve and sound money? I think that we started playing with fire the moment that we allowed the government to get involved with things like interest rates and monetary policy. I've heard the argument that a lot of the boom that occurred when it comes to technology in the 60s and 70s and 80s was made available, that happened as a result of expanding the money supply, and that wouldn't have happened without expanding the money supply. And I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I just find that very difficult to believe, that all the technological advancement was able to occur because we printed a bunch of money. I don't believe that. But the only way to disprove that would be if I went back in time and just like undid 1907 and 1913 and started from scratch. If I'm designing electronic product and want to make it more repairable, what are things that should be my priority, my top priority? I think the first thing to make a priority would be don't tell the companies making what goes into your products to not sell them to other people. That's number one. Number one above all else. Above making it easy to open, above making things modular, above not gluing things in or any of that shit. Don't tell the companies that produce or manufacture the chipsets or the parts that go into your product that they're not allowed to sell it to anybody else. Read someone else's comment about buying replacement board.
By the way,
I don't know who someone else's is.
Sonny said that he wanted to know if you wanted a driving buddy for Vegas.
That could be fun.
That's all.
Yeah, sure. Why not, Sonny? Sonny, trust my driving. You can come along, Sonny. I was planning to stay in Nevada for a bit longer so that I could explore and just check out what it's like to live in Nevada before I go to that wireless expo. But yeah, if you're open for a longer road trip, then sure. Is there anything about New York City that you'll miss once you leave? Oh, 100%. What I'll miss about New York City is the instant service. When you go into a good restaurant or you go into a good business, somebody's right there. You call a business, they pick up in the first ring. I go to Tampa, Florida, I call the most popular business in the particular field that I'm looking for at 2 p.m. on a Wednesday, straight to voicemail. You show up at that particular business, there's nobody in the fucking store. You walk in the store and there's nobody there. It's like you just steal everything. And then 90 seconds later, somebody walks out ready to help me. It's a different experience when you go to any other part of the country versus New York City. There's an instant nature to the service here, and I've noticed that because they're starting a nonprofit makerspace to build the community technical skills as a venue for your repair meet and greets. I don't think I would start another nonprofit for that purpose because I have found that the limitations involved in having a nonprofit make it a royal pain in the ass. For political lobbying, a 501c4 is a fitting association, and I started it and I fundraised it. The 501c3 was started with someone else's grant money that wanted to open a 501c3, and I'm finding that it's a living hell to actually do charity out of a 501c3. I shit you not, it is easier to be charitable as a private business than a C3, is what I'm finding out. I had to drive 20 miles to get gas today in Georgia. That sucks. I forget what I was talking about right before this. Shit. That sucks because I feel like I was on a roll with something and it's completely escaped my memory. Oh well. Pay the man, he doesn't do anything otherwise. Oh, that's nonsense. Stop being salty. You try to read chat at this rate, it's impossible. Would you ever fix GPUs from mining and gaming PCs? I don't do much GPU repair, but I'm actually dealing with someone who does do GPU repair, and I'm hoping to be able to give them a grant to write a guide for the wiki over the next year. So I don't do that, but I am in the process of that. I knew I was in the middle of something good, and I forget what it was. Oh well. Based God. I know Based from Lil B. Lil B's song The Based God with Ellen DeGeneres, but that's total. I don't think that's what they're referring to. I'm 13 minutes behind. I'm at 11:50 in the chat. .501c4 and 501c3 talking about it. Huh? I appreciate the $5, but I'm curious about the comment. Are you getting a framework laptop? I am not, because I already own a ThinkPad that already works and I just getting a $2,000 laptop that has a 1,000 higher CPU benchmark score when I already have a working laptop doesn't make sense. If I were to buy a new laptop, I would definitely have to look at the framework. If I didn't have my ThinkPad, I'd be looking at the framework, but I have a ThinkPad. You're talking about instant service in New York City. Thank you so much. Yes. What I would miss if I left and went somewhere else, and I'm going to get a lot of shit for this. I give New York City a lot of shit, but I acknowledge what it does right. New York City, people here are they're very fast and they're on top of everything when it comes to service. I remember when I went to Olathe, Kansas to visit a neighboring business that was in the similar field to me, they had like 15 people doing what I had 3 people doing. And they were all moving like at this pace. It was like, It killed me. A part of me died inside looking at the speed at which people worked at Olathe, Kansas. I'd lose my mind there. I guarantee one of the things that Steve and I were noticing when we just went and visited a bunch of different places across the U.S., wherever we move, we're taking a lot of business from the surrounding shops. Because when you call our store, somebody's picking up in the first ring. Once you walk in, someone's immediately saying hi to you and getting to work and opening your device before you've even acknowledged that we're paying attention to you. We're on top of things. Like working for me is incredibly, incredibly high stress because I demand a lot of the people that work here in terms of the speed of the service and the speed of which you're on top of things. But I don't demand that. I don't demand of people what I didn't demonstrate to them in the beginning when they were starting out. And I don't demand of them what I wouldn't demand of myself. And I don't demand of myself something that I didn't see in all of the surrounding businesses in the area. And there's an immediacy to the service here that just isn't there in a lot of other parts. And Steve and I were just, in some towns that we went to, we were just outright laughing at some of this shit. Like we went to a place in Lumberton, North Carolina, and it was just, it was funny. It was funny. To make you mad, Epic Happy. What do you think of AOC? I think that she is the id of every young person that leans left, that is aggravated that they don't have some of the opportunities that their parents did due to the inflation of the currency and the general and just the where society is going in general. She's kind of like the id. She has that thing that Trump had going on where Trump kind of was like the id of the Republican Party in some way. I think she's kind of like the id of the younger wing of the Democratic Party. Thoughts of going on Rogan podcast, talk about right to repair in New York? Yeah, I mean, I'd love to. But again, I'm not gonna you can't strong arm your way into somebody's show. I had contacted him about being on a show a while back, and I respect if he has other shit to do or other people to interview. Like he's interviewed presidential candidates. Floridians work at half the speed of New Yorkers. Yeah, and people in Olathe, Kansas worked at 1/10 the speed of Floridians. They were very nice, though. Everybody I met in Olathe, Kansas was so fucking nice. Really kind-hearted, caring people. My God, they move slow. I'm in a large corp health industry. They often do illegal things or things that work against patient health. How do you work up the courage to work against groups that will try to destroy you? Oh, shit, I think. NBA fan funded $5. Thank you. You need to believe that the value that you offer the world by revealing their fucked up shit will be greater than the value of the salary that you're going to make. It's not going to be in the schedule that you want. So you have to look at making money. You have to look at your career as not what you make per hour. It's not what you make per paycheck. It's not what you make per year. It's what you make per decade. And if you become a whistleblower, you may not make a lot of money in the next month. You may not make a lot of money in the next year. But over a 10-year time period, the value that you've added to the world is going to be greater and your return is going to be greater. You have to believe that to be open to doing what you genuinely need to do. I feel strongly that moneyed primaries left and right, that moneyed primaries destroy democracy. Do you feel you may be fighting a symptom of the tech lobbyists? Yes and no. I used to think it was all money, but what does money do? Money gets lobbyists to be able to convince politicians of something, and at the end of the day, those politicians are held accountable by voters. And when I see the way that people will advocate against their own best interests in r/Apple, r/Nintendo, r/Tesla, it really does make me wonder, like, am I scapegoating the lobbyists and the politicians when in reality the problem are us? Is us? Are us? Are we? It's past midnight. My grammar's fried. Can you say PP Bush G3 hot? Oh. Oh. Why did I read that? Can you explain why PCs have terrible DPC latency? I'm a producer and I'd like to use a PC, but they're kind of annoying. I have no idea. I have to ask how you chose your job daily. Myself, having an electronics engineering degree, look at a lot of your videos and see recurring unsolved issues in design that would drive me crazy. I did a 20 or 30 minute long video recently on this, so I feel bad linking you to a video to answer this question. But the answer to your question is in this video, and it's about 20 or 30 minutes long, and I'm going to link you to it because it's the best answer that I have. Here we go. I'm very close to having an answer. But yeah, to the other person before me let's see. Mr. Clinton Treat Fund. Thank you. This is the video you're looking for. The other person before me, the only way that you're going to have the guts to do what you need to do is you need to be steadfast in your belief that if you offer value to the world, that the world will reward you for it. It's just not going to reward you in a predictable way. And what you want from a job is you want to be rewarded in a predictable way. Because your landlord wants their money in a predictable way. Con Ed wants their money in a predictable way. Your credit card company wants your credit card bank wants their money in a predictable way. You're taking the homeless spot on. I lived in shelters in D.C. for several years. They really just want to keep you housed at the shitty shelter. That's something that I try to get more people on the right to understand. Let's say that you want zero welfare. Let's say you actually want genuine zero welfare. Well, right now, we spend, let's say, $4,000 a month on garbage that enriches Andrew Cuomo and his family. What if you spent less than half that and you aren't enriching Cuomo and his family? Like, again, you want to go straight to zero, but what if you just took it down from 4,000 to 2,000 and you got a better outcome? Based means speaking your mind and the truth without caring about the consequences on social media. I don't think that I'm based then. I definitely care about the consequences of what I say, and I try to choose my words carefully. And sometimes I fail at choosing my words carefully, and I regret it later. Not because I didn't say what I thought, but because sometimes it's because I say what I don't think, but I say something that is reactionary or in reaction to what I perceive to be a slight when it's not actually what I think, and it causes me to respond without thinking. So I most certainly think about the consequences for the things that I say. So I don't think I am very based, if that is what based means. Patrick L. funded $3. I actually think there are times where I've said things as a reaction because I was either aggravated or I felt personally slighted by someone, which caused me to go overboard and say something that I may not even fully agree with because I wasn't being careful with my words. So I don't think I'm particularly based. And I'm sure there's probably things in this very video that I've said that were not well thought through because I was trying to respond to things very quickly. So I most certainly would not be based. He only reads paid chats. No, he doesn't. I've read several that are in this window. You try reading this shit at this speed when shit shows up every 10 seconds. You can't. Stop being salty. I'm actually going to time you out for being salty so that now I'll give you something to be salty about, mofo. I'm Dictator Cuomo and I'm timing you out. You get an essential job, mofo. America needs more... No, I can't read that. Keep up the push forward. America needs you. Thank you. But I can't read that. Yeah, I just Cuomo'd you, EM. You see that? I Cuomo'd you. You want to get a job as an essential chatter. Do it tomorrow. Have you ever eaten a penny farthing so good? No, but I've always seen a lot of hipster people there eating and enjoying time with their friends and stuff on Friday and Saturday night walking by on 3rd Avenue. Go be part of the problem so you can fix it. Run for office. Thank you for your ass. I appreciate it, not me. I appreciate Australian ass. It's much cooler to go off Broadway or to some weird art stuff in Soho. I recorded the soundtrack to the Sex Workers Art Show with Aaron Markey 14 years ago. That was off-Broadway, and I actually saw it. Lorelei Lee starred in that. That was a long time ago. That was music industry audio engineer Rossman. Aaron Markey, the Sex Workers Art Show. I'm always going to remember that because that was the first recording session that I did by myself without someone else. I still remember the pianist that they hired, Rich something. I forget the rest of his name. Really cool pianist. Nice guy. Mr. Rossman, what is your professional opinion on the Freedom Phone? I don't know much about the Freedom Phone. I hope Aaron Markey is doing well. She was a lovely client. Everybody, all the musicians that she brought into the studio, just lovely people, great clients. When I saw that the person, are you planning on leaving New York City or considering it? I have to consider where to go first before I can make a plan. To plan to leave, I have to have a plan on where I'm going to go. But I need to consider where I go before I leave, before I plan. Aaron Markey was a great client. I hope she's doing well for herself. She was a pleasure to work with, like genuine pleasure to work with. Knew exactly what she wanted from her music. Let's see, where is she now? Hope she's more famous than me. Here we go. Appreciate the free soldering meetups, but if the demand becomes too high, are you open to charging for classes similar to Jessa to manage demand? I want to keep to my word and keep it free. What I'm eventually going to do is probably open up a way for people who want to voluntarily donate, because I'm probably going to wind up doing this outside of the 501c3, because the 501c3 is so restrictive. It's not something that I want to get into, knowing how many people dislike me. So I am most likely going to wind up doing them from the private business and coming up with some sort of Patreon or stream donation shit to fund it. Glad you reached out to Scotty Kilmer Art to Repair. Have you ever seen his Revenge of the Cis channel? Very funny stuff. I haven't. Let's see. Yeah, I recorded the soundtrack to this in 2007 and 2008. Yeah, it looks like she's still around. She has a website. Actually says tour January, February of 2008. Wow. Okay, so this website, it's safe to say this website has not been updated in a long time. Anyway, the musicians that came to that were really nice people. What are some of the things that New Yorkers do you wish they do slower? Slowly, slower. Drive? Drive. Yes. You do not need to honk your horn 1 millisecond after the light turns from red to green. Okay, all the chat from 11:55 through 12:05 is now unavailable. Fuck you, YouTube. I'm going to keep reading. I apologize for anybody who chatted between 11:55 and 12:05. It's gone. I'm reading too slow. Based means racist, says trans women are... What? Oh, you're being a troll. Oh, I can tell from your username you're being a troll. Are you an essential worker? I'm an essential worker. Get a job as an essential worker. Do it tomorrow. Do it tomorrow. Tony will hire you over here. Exactly what I think. No. Why do you hate crypto? And should I hate it too? I don't hate crypto. I simply disagree with someone in my chat about crypto. I don't hate crypto. I don't like crypto. I don't take crypto out to dinner. I'm not sexually attracted to crypto. I don't think crypto is cute. I don't think crypto is ugly. Hate is a strong word. Very strong word. I would not apply the word hate to crypto. I would apply the word hate to the crypto scammers in my chat that pretend they're me, appropriate my avatar picture, and use my name to comment and tell people to pay brokers. That's bullshit. I got a brilliant idea. Open up an Apple store. It will change your life. See, I think that may be trademarked. I think I may have a problem with that. What do you think of the big three issues affecting society as a whole currently in the United States? Ideological possession to the point where people, how put this? It's very much so like us versus them thing with everything. And I think contrarianism is not an ideology or a political belief in and of itself. Like, you have people that hate the people on the other side because they believe they're evil so much that they will believe what they believe simply because it's the opposite of what the other person believes, or simply to try and separate themselves from the other person as much as humanly possible. The tribalism in and of itself is killing us, in my opinion. The lack of nuance. Like, take the person in the beginning of this that said start a worker co-op, and if I don't start a worker co-op, I'm a child. Like, there's nothing there. You're either you're Jeff Bezos or you're Karl Marx. There's no in between for this person. There's no shades of gray. There's no meeting in the middle. Agree with me or you're a child. Agree with me or I insult you. Thoughts on Liquid Tension Experiment 3. I haven't listened to any of Jordan Rudess's or John Petrucci's side projects from Dream Theater in over 15 years. But I did enjoy those side projects in the beginning. You never talk about Staten Island. Would you move back? How do you feel about real estate there? I don't talk about Staten Island. I didn't enjoy growing up there. I didn't have a great time growing up there. And I don't think I'd return back there. I left there because there wasn't a lot of opportunity there. I left there because a lot of it just seemed to be people that were content to be where they are, stay where they are, not really move up, and people that were just born into a good environment whose parent... It was either people who were okay where they were and didn't move forward, or... fuck me. My mother is a public health worker. Are you interested in talking about COVID? I love Right to Repair. Never shut up to my friends about it. I don't know what I would talk to her about. If she has a particular topic that she'd like to bring up or something that's not being highlighted in the news that she'd like me to talk about, then yes, you can send me an email, lewis@rossmangroup.com. If it's just me asking a random person questions, then I don't know if I would have a lot to offer there. With Staten Island, I noticed there's a son of a... You do not need to ride your bike through the crosswalk or through a red light either. There is a difference. That is a victimless crime, and you know it. That is a victimless crime, you mofo. Nobody is getting honked at or aggravated. If a tree falls in the forest and nobody is there, does it make a sound? Anyway, I give you your wink and I give you a back. Now my mic has the Delta variant. What was I saying? Oh, Staten Island. So at Staten Island, there were a lot of people that I grew up with that are either A, they just stay... I'm going to tip my keyboard over in a second, I swear to God. Hello, expose the nose. Wait a second. That's I get your trolling nickname. This is why any attempt to get rid of hate speech on the internet, in my opinion, is just fundamentally retarded, because people just start speaking in code. Like, Eli the computer guy had a really good video on this, and he had a good video on hate speech and why it's bad, and Susan W. took it down for hate speech because Susan W. sucks at running a platform. Anyway. Perfect example. No hope for getting rid of hate speech on the internet. For somebody who lives... Okay, the Staten Island question is never getting answered. I give up on the Staten Island question. It's not happening. It's not meant to be. From someone who lives in Ocean County, New Jersey, you have an open... Invital, agree, NY driver should slow down. Oh, invite. Agree, New York driver should slow down, or even better, not drive at all. Yeah, I agree. The Staten Island thing. I don't think I can answer that one. I don't think I'm going to be allowed to answer that one. To be fair, Lumberton is trash, says Oak City Gamers. I will not confirm or deny that statement. Thank you, John Johnson. Yeah, a lot of Staten Island was either people whose parents made sure their bank account never went below $7,000, or people who just kind of stayed where they are and were okay where they were and were kind of stagnant. I got made fun of a lot in Staten Island growing up, like a lot. And a lot of it was stuff like people would point at my shoes that were Everlast, that were $15, and they would laugh and go, Kmart. And then they would start bringing bags to school with Kmart logos on them, and everybody in the class would point to the kid that had the Kmart bag and start laughing at me. What is your opinion on online privacy? That's a very broad and general question. I believe privacy in general is important because every single one of us does things that are wrong. We say things that are wrong. And at our core, humans are horrible. We're a horrible species of horrible people. But we pretend that we're not horrible. And since we pretend that we're not horrible, and since we believe that we should punish people who are horrible, it is very important that we be able to hide the parts of us that are horrible. That's why privacy is important. Thanks for reading my DM on Twitter. What are your thoughts of FIO audio? I think they make this little Bluetooth thing that you could plug 3.5-inch headphones and 3.5mm headphones into, but the problem is that the microphone on that thing sucks, so I couldn't use it. I actually bought one, but the microphone was so horrible I wasn't able to use it because I couldn't do phone calls with it. When you think about leaving New York City, you mean moving your location or creating a new branch? I have no idea. That's something to figure out. That's something that I'm throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. I'd like to be able to see if I can make the New York location work, maybe be smaller. I did not have Hunter Biden's laptop. That was a Delaware repair shop, not mine. And Yeah, there's a lot of questions. If I move, would I even open a new repair shop? Would I open a new repair shop and close this one? Would I open a new repair shop and keep this one? Would I not open a new repair shop and say, I've created a business that doesn't need me to be there, if that's the case? I don't know if that's the case right now. And then just leave it all together. Don't know. Yeah, the thing was that I had so many people make fun of me because I wore Everlast shoes. My parents bought me $15 Everlast shoes because they couldn't afford to buy me Nike or Adidas or Reebok or any of the fancy brands. And it's just like, I'm getting made fun of by kids whose parents can buy them fucking $150 shoes. Like, this place sucks. I don't know. My entire impression of growing up in Staten Island is that it was a shithole. I just found Staten Island to be a giant shithole. I never really, never had the desire to go back. Can we do a live stream AMA where you get progressively more drunk? I did that 4 years ago, but I stopped drinking alcohol recently. So I've been over a year with no liquor, and I would like to keep it that way. So I've done that, but no. One of the things that's interesting about Facebook and platforms like that, I actually looked up one of the kids that used to make fun of me for wearing that stuff, and he's a janitor at one of those mini golf courses. Nothing wrong with being a janitor. Nothing wrong with it. It's just he used to make fun of me because you had $150 shoes and I had $15 shoes. It's just kind of funny how things work out. Cuomo is the type to take his car to the mechanic filthy and then talk about respecting essential workers. Clean your mess. That's exactly what he reminds me of. Yeah, I remember looking up this one kid that always used to make fun of me because I wore cheaper shoes in Staten Island. He laughed at me every single day for this. And again, if you're working to feed your family, I respect you. Whatever you got to do to feed your family, I respect you. I don't believe that. I can never finish a thought. It's impossible. Cars and houses have intrinsic value. The value of fiat is the easy trade of things with value. So what do you think about trading with water? I'm not talking about its value for trade. I'm talking about its value for investment. Most of the people that are buying crypto are not buying it to trade with it. They're buying it as an investment. And I would not be buying stock in an energy company or stock in real estate or real estate to be used to trade. I'm not buying a house so that I could trade that house for your car. If you want to beat inflation, we're talking about investments. We're not talking about it as a means of bartering or trade. Time to have some fun. Thoughts on Bill Nye the Science Guy? You brought up Eli the Computer Guy. I have not seen Bill Nye the Science Guy since I was 8 years old, so I don't have any thoughts on him. But I do like Eli the Computer Guy, and I approve of his channel. What does I'm more left than you even mean? I don't know who you are, Root Noob. I don't know who you are, Root Noob. What do you think of New York City's congestion tax scheme to force people to ride an already crowded subway train? I think what would make sense is a legalization path to electric bicycles and encouraging more people to use electric bicycles. I understand people are pissed off with cars. Cars are a horrible way to get around the city. They really are. It takes twice as much time. It takes up a lot of space. Forget about the carbon emissions for a second. Just the inconvenience of it all and the crowding and the honking and the traffic. It genuinely is horrible. And it would be much better if everybody in the city were on an electric bicycle, except for the people that were actually hauling stuff for work. But I think that they're barking up the wrong tree for it. I have noticed that socialists are against the rich until you bring up how much money Bernie and AOC make, then they suddenly sound like Ayn Rand. Are Bernie and AOC really that rich? Okay, let's say Bernie is worth $1 million. Like he's like 200 years old. He's not rich because he was this capitalist person. He was what the Dave Ramseys would call your everyday millionaire. Like you live humbly your entire life. You should be able to end up with $1 million. Most people who are competent will become millionaires if they just keep the course. It's just like by the time you're a millionaire, you're usually it's like I would have wanted that 50 years ago kind of thing. What's the biggest pain point in your business? The biggest pain point in my business by far the biggest pain point in my business would be let's see. So many. What chair are you on? It looks so comfy. So I think some Allison thing from Amazon. The biggest pain point in my business is the uncertainty as to whether or not we will be a business into the future. We're always wondering, is the next generation going to be the generation where I can't get a part or I can't get a schematic or I can't get what I need to do my job? And there's that stress that's always there that keeps me from being able to invest or go or do a full YOLO into it. I never full YOLO into my business because of that. In the beginning, I full YOLO'd, I should say, but I haven't full YOLO'd in the past 4 or 5 years the way I could have. I realize you resemble some actor. Have you gotten that before? I have not gotten that before. You'd certainly have the lobes for business. Are you coming on to me? Why is that chair so big? It's not big. You're tiny. The chair is normal. You're just very small. Why do conservatives hate open borders? I'd much rather have open borders than open Barnes and Noble. Okay, that's funny. I don't know. I don't really have problems with immigration. I don't know. I'll probably trigger somebody with that, but as an employer, most of the I don't try to hire immigrants and pay them less. I've not done that. I'm happy you found an outlet for your right to repair with free classes or meetups. You really seem happier now, former New Jersey resident. I really enjoy doing them, and I can't wait to do more of them. It's actually fun and rewarding. I don't want to underpay foreigners. I actually wind up overpaying them because I can't get natives to do the work that I need done. Like, all of my best employees weren't born here. Steve was born in Iraq. Milan was born in Serbia. Veniera was born in Kazakhstan. Olga, Kazakhstan. Tagir, Kazakhstan. Have you read Mental Immunity by Andy Norman? If so, what do you think of it? I have never read that, so I have no idea. I'm sorry. I've never heard of that. Who else? I think Camille was born in Poland. Chris was born in Poland. Like, all of my best employees were born elsewhere. And when I think about it, all of those people that I'm quoting were people that wound up getting paid more than what I originally was planning to pay them. I know it's not like you got to get construed as you want to underpay non-American workers. It's no, I have a certain standard, and if I can't get it, I wind up raising their wage until I do, and those people wind up being foreign-born. BH, I have not been able to, and that is going to be a very fun thing to work on over the next few months. That's going to be a fun one. If you value your time and freedom but need money to survive in modern society so as to not go up the amenities, what other way out is there? You're going to have to compromise and do something that you don't like in order to live. You're still better off now than you were at any other time in human history, I can assure you that. The only ones who can determine whether a job or industry is essential are the people who choose to patronize them with their own time and money. No politicians who know nothing about most of the industry they legislate on. I completely agree with you. I would say I'm in about 100% agreement with you. Damn, everyone hates Staten Island, yes. Yes, fuck Staten Island. Like, just fuck Staten Island. Okay, Method Man came out of Staten Island. I like Method Man came out of Staten Island. I'll take it for that. But yeah, for the rest, no. I had enough of Staten Island. I lived there for 17 years. Fuck that. Spoiled fucking kids bragging about the fact that they have expensive sneakers because their parents are rich. Fuck that. I have no desire to go back there. Wish Bose makes e-bikes someday. Bose makes horrible products, so I don't care about Bose at all. The right doesn't want zero welfare. We want safety nets. The right just doesn't want a system incentivized to keep people on welfare. I agree with you there. Metric or U.S. system? I wish U.S. to go metric. No. 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 I like having more granular control over my air conditioner. You get 0 to 100. I get 32 to 212. Huh? And the air conditioners and thermostats that I buy are way too cheap to have a decimal point. Have any local politicians spoken to you about right to repair your DCA permit issue? Pat Fay spoke to me, but she's not really a local politician. She's a New York State Assemblywoman, but she's not a local Assemblywoman in my area. So she's not my Assemblywoman. But I did get to speak to one. What's your stance on immigration and borders in general? I think I just gave it, and I think that comment may have come late. But if it didn't come late, the TLDR is, again, just my experience. The people that I've met that were the most talented employees, the people that I met that were the smartest, that worked the best, that just were the best problem solvers, tended to be people that were immigrants. So I'm fine with immigration. It's not because I want to underpay them. It's not because the American wanted 30 an hour and the immigrant will take 20. It's because when I put up a job ad for, let's say, 25 or 30 for that particular job, the Americans that show up can't do it, and the foreign-born ones can. But I think that there's a selection bias there. Thank you, Vlasal. Which is that people that are willing to start fresh in a new country where this is their second language tend to be people that are more likely to succeed in a business environment where we're figuring it out as we go, and you have a certain level of autonomy and freedom. So long as you get this work done that I give you, however, I don't mind if you do things in your own way a little bit if you meet my performance standards and metrics. So I think that my business and the way it's set up and the way that I run things is biased in a way where if you're the type of person to succeed at traveling to a new country 5,000 miles away when you don't know the language, when you're starting from scratch, and you can succeed at that, you're probably going to succeed here. Are you moving to Florida? You made a few videos there back in New York. I would like to visit the rest of the country a little bit before I choose where I'd like to be. So I have a while to do that. Open an Apple store. I have no plans of opening an Apple store. Shit, I'm 21 minutes behind on this. He's got to look up the Lick My Balls Act. It's going to have negative consequences on the economy. No, the Lick My Balls Act was passed a long time ago. Around 19, it's called the Federal Reserve Act. It was about 100 years old. Hi, Lewis. Have you put more thought into the hours that you're going to open the open workspaces in your store? I have not put more thought into that, no. I have to do that later, but I'm here streaming. We are going to do more of it, but I don't have the day or the time set up yet. But we will have more of it, but I don't have a time. But I will soon, but not now. But I will soon, but not now. Okay, I just scrolled to the bottom, and because YouTube chat is still a piece of shit 6 years later, everything from 12:15 to 12:26 is gone. Fuckity fuck. YouTube chat really sucks. They have to be able to learn how to do this from Twitch. How do you fuck this up? This is like multiplayer Notepad. How do you fuck up multiplayer Notepad in 2021? Every time you scroll to the bottom of the page, it then gets rid of everything besides the buffer of the last like X number of chats, which means that if you're reading at a slower pace, you miss out on 10 minutes of what people said. Absolutely ridiculous. There's no excuse for fucking up multiplayer Notepad this late in the game. The same nonprofit industrial complex in CA, California, thanks to Newsom. Keep e-bike illegal. I want to be the Al Capone of e-bikes. Move it to Pittsburgh. We'll welcome you with open arms, and the only repair price around here is U-Brake I Fix. Also, my rent is $1,100, all utilities included. The main issue I have with Pittsburgh was pretty high property tax on the properties there. I wanted to find a place where I'm not pushing 1.8 to 2%. It gets dangerously close to not owning your home. But Dr. Smullen is in Pittsburgh, and I have to visit him the next time I'm going over to visit my dad on the way there to thank him for his work and his counsel on the stuff that he's done on the Repair Wiki. And also, I just got to shoot the shit with him and get a beer someday because he's a smart guy, and I got a lot to learn from him. Bernie's worth multiple millions, same as AOC. Bernie actually stopped saying the millionaires in his speeches after he became one. It really tends to be different when you are on the other side. It's very easy when you've only worked at a Wendy's or a McDonald's to talk about worker co-ops and the exploitation and all that. But once you actually try to build something from nothing, you see it from a different angle. Coming to Denmark, my politicians once voted for no human rights due to the coup, then shit at the fan. Other than that, we're a chill country. Yeah, I don't know about that. Like, I remember my experience as a minimum wage employee, and I think that the experience that I had as a minimum wage employee and also as an unpaid intern has permanently affected the way that I deal with hiring people, and it will for the rest of my life. I do not want to hire people that feel degraded in the way that I felt when I worked those jobs, because I know that they are going to do a shit job for my customers. But I'm also not saying, oh, you just came in the door yesterday. Have an equal share of the business that I do after building it for 13 years. Like, there's middle grounds. Will you stream games again? Mr. Clinton needs a gaming channel too, says Holy Baloney. No, I haven't played games in a while. I suck at them. I played Dota the other day and I failed, actually. I failed horribly. I gotta get back into Dota. Also, don't assume that you know people's net worth by Googling them. If you Google my net worth, not only does it say that I'm worth 1.2 million, which is not even fucking remotely close to true, but it says I'm 6 foot tall and I'm 5'6". Free software advocate here. Do you think right to repair extends to software that runs inside hardware? I just want freedom as free as freedom Wi-Fi AC cards. The right to repair that I've been pushing hasn't. It's so difficult to get people to just agree on the idea that you should be able to buy a charge chip for the product that you own, much less right to repair software. But one of the benefactors I spoke to at some point was more open to supporting right to repair if it went full balls to the wall and included software. But that's an area where I'm not knowledgeable, and if I were to try to advocate for that, I would probably wind up screwing myself because I'd be advocating something without being fully knowledgeable about it and not being able to form proper arguments. Do you think New York is worth living in anymore, since most work can be done remotely in software development here? It's only worth living here if you already have an investment in the city the way I do, in human capital with my employees and the store and the business that I have here. If you're moving here, I wouldn't move here. I wouldn't move here from somewhere else for the opportunity, but I would. But like, if you have an investment here, then it may be worth it. What about soldering iron for a beginner? TS80 and the TS100 were not bad when I last used them, and they're very cheap. Bernie and his wife worked hard and made decent investments. He's in his 80s. He's not rich. Again, if you say somebody's a millionaire in their 20s, okay, that's pretty cool. Millionaire in their 30s, okay, so they got a upper middle class job. They didn't blow their money and they invested properly. Millionaire into their 40s, okay, maybe they saved and really busted their ass. In their 50s, okay, they're doing good. In their 60s, okay, you've had like 45 years of work, so I'm just going to assume that you were basically competent and didn't blow it on shit. Millionaire in your 80s, okay, if you're in your 80s, it doesn't take a lot of impressive work to be a millionaire in your 80s. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to, I know this is going to get twisted into some shit. I can't believe he said I should be a millionaire in my 80s. How spoiled. I'm just saying that if you save with compound interest and you don't waste money, that being a millionaire in your 80s doesn't make you this crazy rich person. No. Put Clinton on the mic. Clinton? He's tired. He doesn't want to speak. If you're allowed to share the information, what employee did you hire most surprised you the most? I started off not knowing English and now I'm fluent. Which employee surprised me the most? Dan. I hired him as a shipping dude. He's quiet. He keeps to himself. He didn't go to college. He doesn't really have a hobby in electronics or anything like that. And he became one of the better board repair techs at the store. He was just a shipping dude. But he was so dedicated to not shipping anymore because shipping sucks and is boring that motivated him to learn board repair. Some new home warranties remind me of the warranty void if removed. I asked the builders of my aunt's new house if I could get a Nest, and they said that would void the home warranty even if it was professionally installed. That is some bullshit. I hope you didn't pay a premium for it being a new home. That's bull. That's genuine bullshit. If you want to push right to repair in to speak to my councilman, Robert Holden, the technology chair of the New York City City Council. Speak to my councilman, Robert Holden. Let's write this down. Robert Holden. Your videos are educational. Yes, the companies are ripping off everyone regarding repairs. Your disclosure of NDAs and rents was good. Thank you. I'm glad that that caught somebody. I'm glad that that did what it was supposed to. Being an employee seems too insecure to me. Being an employee is insecure. I don't know. I'm glad it's that way. Seriously, like if somebody starts to suck, they drag the entire team down. Then it's time for them to go. And then once they go, then there's room for somebody else who's vibrant and excited and really wants an opportunity to show that they can do something good. I've had a repair shop for 8 years and shared the same uncertainty. What other ventures are you curious about if independent repairs become impossible? I don't know. Maybe I go back to school and become a therapist or something. That was what I was originally going to do. I wanted to go to school to become a therapist. I have no idea what the fuck I'll do if this doesn't become a profession. Maybe I'll become a realtor. Okay, so being an employee, being insecure, it could be a good thing or a bad thing. I don't think people are particularly happy that, fuck. Yeah, man, right to repair works in cars. Why not electronics? Thanks for the content. Because people are brainwashed. It works on cars because cars are kind of grandfathered in. Cars came out when we as Americans valued freedom in our culture more than the potential for a brand to have their brand name sullied if somebody sees that the product was repaired by somebody else. It worked during a time where propaganda did not convince people to give up their freedom. It worked during a time where people fixed their own shit in their homes and took pride in it. And that's just kind of grandfathered in because it was how things are always supposed to be. Once things start to change, once new technology comes out, you can kind of try to change things. Do your employees ever ask you to post in your channel of their repair work or do they mainly do it when you request it? No, I ask them to do videos because I don't do them anymore because of all the tics that I have that would cause me to screw up customers' boards if I were to work on them on a regular basis, which I can't do. So I ask them to do the videos because I tell them the reason this repair shop has more business coming in than every other one is because of the advertising. The advertising that we do is on YouTube, and it's because we show people how to do what we do. We put out that good faith in the world. Here's exactly how to do everything we do. I'm not hiding anything. And by the way, here's a link in the description where you could send it in if you want us to do it. If that stops, business will stop coming in. When business stops coming in, we close. When we close, we all go to work at YouBreak iFix and make $14 an hour. Does anybody here want to go to YouBreak iFix and make $14 an hour? That's what I thought. So can you make some repair videos? That's really the way that works. They don't really enjoy being on camera very much because they're shy. And again, YouTube chat and comments are universally cancer, so they don't want to be a part of it, and I don't blame them. Why do you think the company should be obligated to provide schematics? Many of your views seem libertarian. Wouldn't you see that as overstepping? I don't get my schematics from the company. I get my schematics from people that work at the company. And you know what happens when they give me that schematic? The company says, hey, person that designed this circuit that made that schematic, you can't share that drawing because this piece of legislation says that that's property, even though it's just a drawing. We're going to use the power of the state and call Kilpatrick and Townsend to shut Lewis down. Is that very libertarian? Is that libertarian? No, it's not. It cuts both ways. It cuts both ways. And I went over that in this... One sec, I just missed the donation. Well, suck! It's impossible to keep up with this shit. Are you hiring? Apple Fifth Ave smells bad. Ah, son of a bitch. It's impossible to keep up with this. Where did I... let's see. Okay, here we go. Almost there. Almost there. Yeah, I ran over this in the video. This is a 27-minute video responding to that. I can't entertain the idea that something I'm doing is not libertarian when somebody is at every single opportunity doing something non-libertarian to restrict other. Like, why can't someone who works at the company share a schematic? Why not? Because intellectual property laws that are in a book like this say that if they do that, it's a crime. Intellectual property is an asinine construct, the way that it is put together right now. There are some parts of intellectual property where it benefits for innovation, yes. But the idea that a drawing that shows or refuses is something that you can have someone put in prison for, you can't hold up the libertarian card and say that's okay. Okay, where is the last thing that I missed? I also got to figure out how to make that shit show up on the screen for. It shows up in tiny text and it disappears like that. It just runs away. Let's see, it's not in this window. It's in this one. Okay, what did I get? What'd I miss? Behind 19 minutes in normal YouTube chat. Fuck. I knew these companies didn't care since Samsung took away replaceable batteries in their phones. Yeah, I agree with you there. Can't say I disagree. Have you ever met Casey Neistat living in New York City? I have not. If the pandemic is here to stay, how would that affect your business? Renegotiate rent immediately, or I'm out of here. Have you noticed since Biden got in, the quality of things haven't been that great? Like the new norm has been downgraded. I think 99% of the people that involve themselves in politics right now by watching or listening to commentary or watching or listening to news sites think that the president controls their life, their quality of life, and their perception of the world a lot more than it actually does. Who is the president of the United States has a very minimal effect on me. I can't speak for you, but I'm going to make the assumption, and it's a big assumption, you can tell me if I'm being a dick, that the president, who is the president, does not affect you as much as you think it does. I live in California. Illegal immigration is a problem, not legal immigration. It's when undocumented people come in and start finding ways to get public assistance reserved for legal citizens. The problem with our system for legal immigration is it is harder to become a legal immigrant of this country than it is for me to get the business license from New York City that I fucking paid for. It is a horrible nightmare. This country does a lot to make sure that if you're from another country and you're really smart and you would make an amazing taxpayer and that you would contribute a lot to America, we make sure that it's really hard for you to get in here. And that's a big part of the problem. And thanks for putting it forward for something you believe in. Thank you, Mason. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've heard this from my employees that are immigrants. Like they've just said, like, someday, Louis, we can sit down and have a beer after work if there's time, and I can explain to you just how miserable it is to try to get in this country and stay here as someone who's paying all of my taxes, as someone who makes money, as someone who doesn't use any of the welfare systems here or anything like that. And you know, I actually never got to have that beer with him because he died of COVID a month ago, but that kind of sucks. I miss him. He was a good guy. Any advice on Asus laptop with unresponsive keys? Replace the keyboard. Yeah, it's easier to deal with the Department of Consumer Affairs in New York City than it is to become a legal immigrant here. It's insanely hard. I know employers who will hire immigrants because they work harder than the residents. Blame the bosses, not the immigrants. Blame? Why blame? I have no problem hiring an immigrant if they work harder than the native worker. Why wouldn't I hire someone who's going to offer better work to my customers? Nobody that walks in my store and says, Louis, I know you said you could fix my laptop by Wednesday. I'd really prefer that you fix my laptop by Friday, but have the person working on it be born here. Like nobody makes decisions in a manner that is consistent with their ideology. And that's what pisses me off. Local politicians make a bigger impact in your life than the national ones. 100%. Trump didn't believe in lockdowns. Cuomo and de Blasio did. What affected my area more? The president or my local politicians? But yeah, like for instance, you know how many people I've had come into my store with a Bernie, like some sort of Bernie sticker or like 5 for 15 sticker on it, and then bitch because I cost $5 or $6 more than the dude down the street? There was a guy down the street from me that at one point, there was this one day, I'm never going to forget this shit. He has his like 12-year-old nephew dealing with the store counter. Obviously not getting paid fucking $15 an hour, much less what I was paying my techs at the time, which was way more than $15 an hour. And he bitches about the price and he walks out. His fucking laptop has a Bernie sticker on it and a Fight for 15 sticker on it. And when he asked, why does it cost more? I told him, living wage. The place you're going to. He told me the place he was going to. I'm like, there's a fucking 12-year-old at the counter. You think he's getting 15? The guy was so fucking offended he walked right out of the store. But I'll call you out on that shit. That's the sticker on your laptop. Thanks for what you do. See you at the next meetup. Thank you, Jay. I'll see you at the next meetup too. Hope you figured out how to do the micro jumper, by the way. You're gonna get some practice on that next time. But so many people they don't live their ideology. Never is a person going to say, you know what? I care so much. I hate immigrants so much that I want you to take a week longer, but find a lazy American to do the job instead of, I don't know, the dedicated, hardworking Serbian taxpayer to do the job. Like, nobody does this shit. So many of the people that talk about taxes and tax evasion and all this other crap are the same people that'll walk into my store and say, hey, cash no tax, right? No, fuck you. I'm not risking going to jail so that you can save 8% on a repair. People don't live their ideology. People don't make decisions in a manner that is consistent with a lot of these ideologies. And that's what pisses me off more than anything. It's not even the opinions people have or the decisions they make. It's when the decisions that people make fundamentally are at odds with their ideology. And I've heard you support frameworks. Do you think they'll make schematics available for repairs or only sell whole replacement parts? I did an update video on that. They actually are going to make schematics available for repair centers as long as they don't pull back on that. And they made a blog entry about it. And I respect them for it because they told me why they were concerned about it. And it's a concern that I can't share because it was private and it was a confidential conversation. But the concern that they listed was a real one. It was a serious one. I understand why a smaller company is concerned about the threat that is out there for companies like them from the sharks circling the waters, and I can't explain it to you, but I respect the decision that they made. I can tell you that the decision that they made shows me that Framework has balls. The decision that they made makes me want to overpay to buy their laptop versus any other. Because, again, the way they explained it to me, they genuinely wanted to make schematics available. They wanted to believe in right to repair. They wanted to act like right to repair. They wanted to live their company in terms of right to repair. Hello, Mr. Clinton, on behalf of Redacted Computer. He gave you $2, but I'm going to take it. There's nothing you can do about it because you're a fucking cat. No, but if you consider expanding, you might have a different experience outside New York City. I've thought about it, but I'm very risk averse. Where is Erica? She is hotter than you, LOL. Onlyfans.com/Erica.
Oh, whatever.
What? They said you're hotter than me. I forget what I was talking about before. I completely lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought. It's gone. The train has left the station. I don't care if you're a millionaire. If you got there or stay there because you abuse or take advantage, that's when you deserve scrutiny. Yeah, that's the thing. For me, it's not really about wealth. It's about how they made it. I don't give a fuck if you make $500K a year. If you make $500K a year running a shitty homeless shelter scam like what I talked about today, fuck you. If you make millions of dollars a year doing good by people, then, good on you. What keeps Louis Rossman up at night? Insomnia. Matthew Chavez knows Little B. If you do the work, it's not too hard to become a millionaire. You have to be persistent, network, have an in-demand skill, delay, not have children, to create opportunities. Honestly, the biggest thing that I've learned in the path of becoming a millionaire, what keeps a lot of people from becoming a millionaire is the assumption that I'm never going to be a millionaire, so I might as well not try. There's no way in hell I'm ever going to have $100,000 in the bank, so I might as well lease a car that's $900 a month instead of $200 a month, because I'm never going to save that much money up anyway, so why bother trying? And it's the compounding of those decisions that winds up screwing people. And what it does, the worst thing it does, thank you, Gravy, is it takes away opportunity that you would have had you had that money in the bank. Because when you have 20 or 40 or 60K in the bank, there's opportunities that you could jump on that you can't jump on when you have $10 in the bank. And you're going to have $10 in the bank if you spend 5 years leasing a car that you can't afford versus buying some piece of shit $1,500 shitbox to drive around in for a while. And then it kind of compounds itself. It's like compound interest. You have compound screw-ups. The worst decisions that I've made were the decisions I made where I thought, I'm never going to get there, so I might as well do everything I can to get what I can right now because I have no chance of getting over there ever in my life. Would you ever do a group e-bike ride around town? I don't think so. I don't think organizing it would be a good idea. Hi from a Cuban in Los Angeles. If you ever expand and open a store here, you'll make a ton of money. Hello. I don't know about Los Angeles. It seems like a lot of the stuff with New York is going on with Los Angeles. What's this I'm hearing about free workshops? I've got a drone flight controller and an escape with a blown resistor or capacitor. I have a free limited workshop that I offer, and I announce them on YouTube and also on meetup.com that people can come to, where I will help people go over soldering and troubleshooting of stuff. Sometimes I can help you, sometimes I can't. Sometimes you may learn something, sometimes you may not learn something, but you can use a microscope, a hot air station, and my soldering station and all the stuff there, along with some guidance to work on your own stuff if you don't have the equipment at home. What keeps Lewis up at night? Insomnia. Oh, stop posting the same thing. That's not nice. No spamming. No spamming. Ideal burrito. Lucha Lucha. Lucha Lucha, 283 Nostrand Avenue before they got shut down. Tempeh burrito. Jalapenos. No sour cream. I can almost smell the burrito. But they got shut down 2 years ago, so I'll never eat there again. I miss them so much, Gina Marie. I miss Lucha Lucha so much. I've never wanted to get married in my life. I don't plan on getting married, but I would have married Lucha Lucha. I would have married that burrito place. That's not true, Aaron. That's not true. But thank you. I told the employees at Lucha Lucha, I said, I shit you not, if this place is ever at risk of being shut down, please tell me. Because Via Pancho Taqueria, that was 1 block away, shut down, and they were for rent, and they were already set up to be a burrito place. So I told them all, I will rent that burrito place, and I will hire you all at a better salary than you make here, just so that I have the ability to continue eating here. I don't care if I wind up going bankrupt or into the ground or having to take out a business loan to do it. I'll figure out a way to make this shit work. Let's make this work. And they never got back to me. I gave them all my number. I tipped them well, too. Like $2 here, $5 here, $10 here. I was a nice tipper. I don't think they thought I was serious. I think they thought I was memeing, but I was fucking dead serious. I was pissed when that place closed. Fan meetup when, Lewis? I do soldering meetups. I don't do fan meetups. I find it weird to meet random people that I don't know that just want to meet me because they want to meet me. That's kind of strange. But yeah, Lucha Lucha, the burrito place. Oh man, Lucha Lucha. That's a burrito. Thoughts on this life experiment? Spending an entire year to piss, sitting to piss and standing to shit. I don't know what that means. That's a bit. I don't get it. I don't quite understand. I don't think I get it. I don't understand. Not sure what you mean there. What if anti-repair behavior only exists because of terrorism like patents, copyright, and IP? I don't buy that, because if that were the case, then it would have existed from the beginning of that. Super chat $2 to get your question answered. I do answer the free ones, but I answer them once I get around to them, because they come in too fast. What is the last thing you learned? The last thing I learned is that the lesson in Jim Camp Start With No was a lesson that I should have not forgotten when I was speaking to the wealthy benefactor about putting together a 501c3. I should have said, feel free to say no. but the restrictions involved, I know what your lawyer is saying right now, but I think this is going to be a giant pain in the ass for me to do what I want to do. Feel free to say you want to give to somebody else, but I can't take it under those limitations. Lewis is getting rich sitting in a recliner, yakking his head off. The world is not fair, Nancy. The world is not fair. I do a video on VCCIO versus VCore. Makes 87 cents in monetization. 87 fucking cents in monetization. VCCIO versus VCore. It is what it is. Great real life advice. Learned a lot from you when I started watching 2 years ago when I was 16. Thanks. You know, when I did speak to that one wealthy benefactor that helped me start that 501c3, he did say, you realize that regardless of what you make in your business or from your channel, he said, I don't mean this as an insult, and I'm not saying this to talk down to you because he's a billionaire. You're probably not going to get paid over the course of your life and what you do an amount of money that will represent the value that you've offered to people. If you just think of how many people fix something that didn't have to pay for it, or people who started fixing things and making money for themselves, that amount of money is probably like 10,000 times more than you will ever make over the course of your entire working life. So don't, and he was responding to the fact that I felt guilty at the fact that somebody wanted to give to what I was doing. And sometimes I think about that. And I think it's weird because the stuff that I do that I think is valuable has little value to people. And the stuff that I do that I think is just memeing bullshit garbage, like me sitting in a chair talking, appears to have value to people. I stopped arguing with it. I don't know why it has value. Good morning from Germany. I'm curious if right to repair will have influence on companies' behavior in Europe worldwide. I don't know if it will change the way they behave in Europe. But what I do know is that if a schematic is made available in Madison, Wisconsin, or New York City, or Jacksonville, Florida, that we live in an information world. We don't live in a world where a schematic in Jacksonville, Florida won't make its way to Europe. Don't listen to me. You will hate LA. It is not business friendly and taxes are insane. Go to Texas or Arizona, a Californian. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. Do you think student loans should be forgiven? Well, if we forgive student loans, here's the thing. We don't forgive housing debt, right? Well, God damn it. And this is a serious topic. I really would appreciate 90 seconds to discuss it. What did you think of the police officer that dropped that woman on her back for evading the subway fare? That's a bit much. Like stuff, again, like a lot of the people who are very, very pro-police don't realize that they have the capability to do things that are wrong and kind of screwed up. I think that's a bit much. Okay, I'm not going to get to discuss this. I can already see it. I have to put the student home discussion on hold because I need about a full 90 seconds to discuss that, and I'm not going to get that 90 seconds. So I'm going to copy and paste this because it's a good comment, and I'm going to put it up here. Does the Great Reset threaten small business growth? I don't believe in a Great Reset. I don't believe that this is all planned. I believe this is a bunch of people virtue signaling and doing what they think is the best based on their own tribalism, based on their own politics, based on their own ideology. I don't think that this is some evil plan of people rubbing their hands together saying, yes, Great Reset. I think this is a bunch of politicians that want to virtue signal about how much they care about saving one life, and then a bunch of people that want to... I just think that there's a bunch of people that are just pissed off about a bunch of different things, all intersecting at this one point, causing this to happen. Favorite book? Jim Camp's Start With No. Definitely Jim Camp's Start With No. Okay. I walked by your shop just to see it. Didn't go in. I didn't know if you'd appreciate some random person visiting. Thank you. I appreciate that, Hayden. Love what you do. Thank you. But you did it, Lewis. You didn't just say screw it and run anyway. What did I do? That was 20 minutes ago, so I forget. You're sitting on a chair talking of value because people believe it has value just like Bitcoin. This is actual data. It's entertainment. I guess if you look at the data stream in your book Bitcoin, you could find that to be entertainment too. I think this would be a form of entertainment for people. A shitty form of entertainment, but entertainment. I guess Bitcoin could be entertainment if you find the specific stream of bits entertaining. Thoughts on government central bank digital currencies. The entire point of cryptocurrency is to get away from the government being able to inflate it or the government being able to limit how you spend it. So the government creating a digital currency is retarded. It misses the entire point. Like, there's no point to that. The whole thing that people are doing with cryptocurrencies, they want to get away from the government being able to inflate it. B, they want to get away from the government being able to control it. That's where the inherent value is in cryptocurrency as a currency. So for the government to create it, that's just a meme. That's useless. That would be like Rossmann Repair becoming an Apple authorized repair center. A government cryptocurrency is like me becoming an Apple authorized repair center. It misses the point on so many levels that it's just useless. I heard Oreo is a good boy, but not Clinton. Oreo is a very good boy. He just so happens to not be a smart boy, but he's a good boy. And thank you, JP. Okay, let's see. I think I may have time to answer. Do you think student loans should be forgiven? So we don't. Okay, I'm going to answer this one even if I miss the next few donations because it's important. So fuck it. The investment. Appeal of crypto is global decentralized redistribution of wealth. That and a hedge against inflation that governments can't touch. I think that's what it is. Do you think student loans should be forgiven? So when it comes to car loans and home loans, do we forgive a car loan? No, because what you got a car loan and in exchange you got a car. So we don't forgive that. You got a car. Maybe you didn't like the car you got, but you got a car. When you buy a house, do we forgive the house loan? No, because you got a loan for a house and you got the house. You got what you paid for. With student loans, do we forgive student loans? Well, you got these student loans and you were supposed to get an education that would allow you to make your money back. Oh, you didn't get that. We scammed you. So the thing is, if we are going to forgive student loans, we would forgive them where we would not forgive housing loans and not forgive car loans because you got scammed. If you got $100,000 in student loans to get whatever garbage it is that colleges currently do that we call an education, then what we need to do simultaneously as we're doing that is we need to address the fact that our modern education system is a fucking scam. So if we are going to forgive student loans, we are going to be... No, I don't believe in spanking children. That's where I disagree with Jordan Peterson. So yeah, earlier I said there are some things I agree with him on. I don't agree with the way his method of disciplining children. I'm not for spanking children, and I do believe that you can raise kids that are disciplined, hardworking, and that are willing to work their ass off, that have personal responsibility without beating them. And what was I saying there? Yes, so if we forgive student loans, why would we forgive them? Because we're admitting in some way, shape, or form that we scammed you. Housing loans cost more than student loans on average. If you look at a house, but we don't forgive them because if you pay $500,000 for a house, you actually get a fucking house. You don't get scammed. If you paid $500,000 for a house and we gave you a tent, then we forgive your loan. I think our current education system is the equivalent of you paid $500,000 for a house and you got an outdoor dining shed. Again, if people were getting outdoor dining sheds in exchange for, thank you, if you were getting an outdoor dining shed after you spent $500K for a house, and in the Zillow picture you saw a beautiful house, but what you got was an outdoor dining shed, and by all means, ask for that mortgage to be forgiven. I like black cats because they're adorable and they're cute and they're good luck. Clinton is a good luck kitty. He's my little black kitty, and he's good luck. The reason we're looking at forgiving student loans is because you thought you were getting a valuable education that would in some way in modern society allow you to pay back the value of that loan. And clearly it doesn't do that because our modern education system is a scam. So if you're going to forgive the student loans, that must be tied intrinsically with an admission that our current education system is a scam and a complete revamping of it from top to bottom. You cannot allow our current educational system to continue as it is if you forgive student loans, because forgiving student loans is an acknowledgement that it's a scam. Thought on modern economic theory. Okay, you guys are really starting to ask questions that I can't answer at 1 in the morning. I think it's a pipe dream, but I'm not going to explain why it's a pipe dream at 1 in the morning because that is just too much to get into, and my brain is almost close to fried. And I'm not an economist. My armchair, my large blue armchair, MacBook repair guy opinion on modern economic theory is that it is a pipe dream to allow people to believe that we can spend infinitely on a bunch of crap with no consequences. That's my armchair MacBook technician take on modern monetary theory. I say that fully admitting that I am not an economist and I fix MacBooks. When I read about it, that's what I get out of it. I just wanted to... I missed that. Okay, I got a lot to read through here. One moment. Man, this would literally go on forever. This can actually go on forever. I want to get to the last chat, but it's impossible. I want to thank you because a channel like yours inspired me to do engineering. Wow. Now I'm in my last year in computer engineering program, and I have a 6-figure job in digital electronics lined up after graduation. Okay, so you didn't get scammed with your education. That's a good thing. See, he is probably not going to ask for forgiveness on his student loan because he actually got a job that he could use to pay it back. He got a good education. That's awesome. Okay. Would you do the Rogan podcast if invited? Absolutely. Why not? What's your second favorite burrito place? There is none. There's Lucha Lucha and there is Subpar. Okay, I'm 12 minutes behind in chat, so let me read through. What do you think of the police officer that dropped the woman on her back for evading the subway fare? There are appropriate things. There are appropriate responses to what somebody does. That is not an appropriate response. I tend to slightly when these things happen, I tend to be like slightly biased in favor of the police rather than in favor of the anti-police crowd. But there's no fucking excuse for that shit, and it makes me understand why people hate the police. And I really have no defense for them there, and I wouldn't even try. There's just you're being a bully, you're being an asshole, and you're the reason that people hate cops when you do that. Do you have advice on how to speedrun qualifying, buying a $1.6 million home? I'm 23 and starting to build credit and find a better, actual career. Why do you need a $1.6 million home? You're 23. You're not gonna want to live there later on anyway. Whoever you wind up meeting that you get married to is not gonna want to live there. They're gonna have their own idea on what a home is. Rent. Have you been on any guest any podcast to talk about right to repair? Showed up on Breaking Points recently. There was Breaking Points podcast. What else? I forget if there's any others. I'm sure there were, but I'm not thinking of them because it's 1:15 in the morning. True, Paul Daniels, true. This is the hardest part in your line of work. Learning what to do on a new machine when you have no experience with it, no documentation, no chipsets, and no idea. And that fear that maybe this is going to be the machine where I've ran out of luck and I'm not going to be able to figure it out. I don't agree with everything you say, but I admire your consistency in the fact that you practice what you say. I don't always practice what I say. Sometimes I fail to practice what I say, and it does happen. And sometimes when I fail to practice what I say, I fail in a manner that I'm actually ashamed of later, but I always do try to correct it. But I do fail. But I do try to correct it. It's hard to be honest with yourself, and I find having a journal makes it easier to be honest with myself. I can kind of tell when I'm bullshitting myself. When I'm actually writing something down, and I'm like in the middle of, yeah, but I don't actually believe that. And it's like, wait a second. Then why did I do it if I don't actually believe it? What the fuck are you doing? It's helpful. Apple electronics repair seems extremely interesting and intriguing to me. Got no experience now, but should I look for a job in the field to learn? You need to, it's a catch-22. You need to have experience to get a job, but to get a job, you need to have experience, but you need experience to get the job. You could try to get an entry-level job someplace, or become an intern. Shadow, like go to a repair shop whose work is really good, who you admire, and say, is there any shit job here that I can do in exchange for being able to shadow you for a little bit? And see what happens. That's how I learned. People give a lot of shit for the whole intern model, but that's how I learned a lot of what I learned. What's your quick take on the Israel-Palestine issue? Bro, you're not getting that for $6. No. That's a clusterfuck. I wound up saying, okay, I'm not as informed on this as I'd like to be. Let me watch a 2.5-hour documentary. I watched the 2.5-hour documentary. I shit you not. I felt like I was less informed after the documentary than before. That's a clusterfuck. That's a clusterfuck of broken promises from 100 years ago. Like the British seem to have fucked a lot of people over back in the World War I days, and that just seems to have kind of, That just like I watched a bunch of documentaries on this after that, and each documentary just made me realize there's no fixing this shit. There's no fixing this shit. There were enough people that believe that this is our area, enough people that believe this is my promised area, and there's enough he said, she said going on there that, no. I fix MacBook boards. I fix problems that are actually fixable. I can't, no. You're not, no. I'm sorry. I can't fuck with that, no. I really did try to, like, I really did dig into that issue, and I fucking can't. I can't. I realize that people who lean left tend to support Palestine and people who lean right tend to support Israel. I'm slightly more right, I imagine, than the people in my area, but like I'm not just going to go and give you some tribalistic, overly simplified, ideologically possessed answer just because it seems like what other people think. That's a clusterfuck. That's a total clusterfuck. I'm not even touching that with a 10-foot pole. Nope. If you can meet any political leader for any reason, living or dead, past or present, which one would you want to meet and chat with? Will you be having meet the cat sessions at work? No, I can't whore out my cat. I love my kitty too much for that. Maybe Oreo. Oreo's not my cat. That's Erica's cat. Political leader. Calvin Coolidge. I like to meet Calvin Coolidge, I think. Okay, I'm 11 minutes behind. Reading chats from 109. Spanking, yes or no? I don't believe in hitting children. If you have an opportunity for an internship, take it. Paid or not. Experience means better pay, and rightly so. Work for me. Work for me too. Hey, if you don't get anything out of the internship, if you believe you're getting fucked over, then fucking leave. When the internship I had at the Film Center building, I thought, listen, I'm not really getting much out of this. The people, my boss is a cunt. I'll go to Avatar. I went to Avatar. I learned a lot. I realized, you know what? The old place, the boss was kind of a cunt, but I had a say in how things worked there. I had some sense of authority. My opinion mattered there. So I went back there. And then they went out of business. But I took what I learned and I used it to start my own business. Now I have a higher salary than the person that ran that studio that employed me as an intern. And it's because of a lot of the crap that I got to learn there, because I got to fuck around in an environment in a way that I couldn't really fuck around if I was an employee, but I could as an intern. Topical question: is there any technology you think isn't progressing fast enough to keep up with modern demands? Yes. Batteries. Lithium-ion batteries we have now are not going to fucking do it for the future. Not even close. All the green energy shit it's not catching up at the rate that it needs to for more widespread adoption, in my opinion. If you bring any discontinued Taco Bell item back, what would it be? Lucha. Fuck Taco Bell. Taco Bell is shit. It's actual shit. It's poison. It's garbage. It's trash. Ugh. If you forgive student loans, wouldn't you need to compensate the millions of Americans that drastically change their life plans by responsibly denying themselves university due to financing concerns? No, you would just admit that, like, after this point, it's kind of like a coupon code. Like, if I have a coupon code on my website for 10% off, if I put a coupon code on, do I now have to give 10% off to every single person that didn't show up for the 10% coupon code? Like, that's not how it works. Was looking at your right to repair video, if you look at the major shareholders of all these manufacturers' repair centers, you would see that Vanguard and BlackRock own most of them. And that's where the real red pill is. If most Americans are investing and putting their retirement in a Vanguard and BlackRock, then their retirement depends on the continued exploitation of owners of devices through shitty, deceptive repair practices. Are you a Peter Schiff aficionado? I've heard you say some familiar things when you speak about economics. He has a great podcast and entertaining. Eric is laughing. I listen to his show skeptically for a few reasons. A, the constant buy gold, silver shit. If you, yeah, like, you know, Peter Schiff, 2011, I don't know, 2011, gold 1800. 2020, gold 1800. 2080, gold 1800. Gold, Mr. Clinton needs his own channel for your PR, man. Yeah. I don't, again, if you look at the value of a lot of his funds, if you look at the value of his funds as he was trash talking the S&P over a course of 15 years, and you look at his fund, and then you look at the S&P, it really does make you wonder. Like, I can jive with some of the things that he says, but then I look at the performance of his fund, and then I see that you're shilling Raycon earbuds, and then I see that like you're shilling Indeed.com. It's like, really? Like, when I Google you, you're worth $70 million. I know how shit these sponsorships pay because I get these offers in my email and I have more subscribers. I know how shit these pay. And I'm not willing to shill this shit. And I'm not even a fucking millionaire yet. You're worth $70 million and you're shilling Raycon on a financial channel? Like, really? I don't know. There's something that doesn't stand. There's something about that rubs me the wrong way. There's something about it that rubs me off the wrong way. There's something weird about that. And I can't put my finger on what makes it weird, but there's something weird about that. There are certain things he says that I agree with, and I go, I 100% agree with you here. There are other things he says where it's like, I don't see that. I don't see that. It seems like you're viewing the world through this ideological lens and then applying this solution or this idea to everything without looking at the nuance of that particular situation. But listen, it's good to listen to contrarian opinions from time to time. What is your opinion on a career in IT at age 32? That is incredibly broad and vague, and I don't know how to answer it. I don't know. In what in IT? IT is a very broad field. Are you just starting? Is there a reason that you're getting started? Did someone offer to hire you? Are you looking to switch? If you're looking to switch, what are you looking to switch from? What are you looking to do? What are the opportunities available to you? I don't know. I think that generalized IT is kind of, like the whole I'm going to set up a print server for this office kind of thing is just a shrinking pool. Like, I'm running Cat 5 through this building. I just think that I'm setting up a PBX. I'm setting up a file server. I'm setting up a print server. I don't see that. I see that going away as time goes on, and doing those things does not require an IT person anymore as things get easier and there's more cloud services, and especially since there's more work from home. Do you think a mandatory woman quota in businesses makes sense? There are ups and downsides, but I want to know your take. Oh, you want me to be seen as the evil misogynist, don't you? Don't you? You're baiting me. You're baiting me. Okay. So I had this conversation with someone that walked into my business a while back, some journalist that wanted to talk about this stuff. And this conversation went so fucking bad. It went so bad. And I could show you why it went bad in just a moment if YouTube will ever fucking load my analytics page. Let's see. Here we go. Viewer gender. All right, let's get this shit on screen. All right, you ready? You ready? Okay, I'm going to do a little math, and I'm going to show you how I pissed off this journalist a few years ago. So this person walked in my store, and they saw that we had 13 employees, and one of them was female. And she said, well, this is bullshit. Your store is vastly underrepresenting women or something like that. Like, this is horrible. This is a bro culture or whatever. And I said, no, we actually overrepresent women at this store by a factor of about 2. And she's like, what? Where do you get this from? And I said, well, I teach online. I do educational videos to show anybody who wants to how to get into this field for free. So even if you don't want to work here, even if you don't want to pay me, I take time out of my day to teach people how to do this job for free. And this content is free for anybody to view. Now, I hire from this pool of people that I educate for free. And if you take a look at my videos that are freely available, no money to anybody who wants to watch, these are the demographics. So I'm going to load it up on screen right here. And as you can see, it is 95.3% male and 4.8% female. So if I have 13 employees, now it says that I hire from YouTube, 4.8% are female. So if I have 13 people, what is 4.8% of 13 people? 4.8% of 13 people is 0.624, which is not even a whole person. I have hired one whole person. I would dare say that Olga is actually 1.5 people with the amazing work that she puts in. So my store, if you actually look at the audience of people that choose to watch my channel voluntarily, again, I'm not putting a gun to men's heads and saying you must watch this and not doing it for women. By percentage, if I'm doing my hiring from YouTube, I have more women working here than the demographics of my audience. Now, this shit being what it is, I've had people say to me before, well, Lewis, you don't understand. The reason that you have so many men watching is because you're a chauvinist. You have a male perspective, or you're a misogynist, or something like that. There'll always be some shit like that where they talk about how horrible, how I'm a man and how I'm keeping women out of the profession. So what I do at that point is I go, okay, well, Jessa Jones is one of my best friends. I've cleared this with her several years ago, so I know that she's okay with me sharing this information. She's okay with me sharing, these type of stats if I don't share finances. So let's just take a look at Jessa Jones's channel over the past 28 days and take a look at the viewer stats in the audience tab. So if I go over into the analytics section of Jessa Jones's YouTube channel, which I probably should not have a user and password to, but I don't know why she actually trusted me with this shit. But anyway, if we go over to the audience section of Jessa Jones's channel and I click on viewer age and gender, Jessa, who is a woman who has a PhD, actually has a lower female viewership rate than I do. She has 3.9% women watching. She's a woman. She is speaking from a woman's perspective. She is a mom. She is a woman-owned business. Almost everybody that works for her is a woman. Sunday, Christy, forgot the name of everybody else. I'm so sorry. I feel bad. Her business, I think the only guy that works there is Mark. It's a completely woman-owned business. And she's speaking from a woman's perspective. And it's all dudes watching her channel. So if you put a limit... Now, I get it. There are lots of ways that people just kind of assume that women are not good at tech, and there are stereotypes, and there are men that act with bro culture and whatever, and they're exclusive to women. I've seen that happen with my own two eyes. I believe it. I'm not going to discount it. I'm not going to say that women that feel like they were pushed out of tech are wrong. Do you have experience fixing piano keyboards? Never in my life. I think I replaced the USB port on one, but that was 14 years ago. It was a Triton. I think it was a Triton keyboard. That was 14 years ago. But all I did was replace the USB port on it, nothing else. Now, I do understand that there are women that feel like they've been pushed out of technology because there are men that have just assumed that they didn't know what they were talking about because they were a woman. And by all means, that's wrong. That's fucked up. But at the same time, if you're saying there needs to be a minimum of women at a business, we need to reckon with these fucking numbers over here. I employ people from YouTube because I do education on YouTube. So that's where I'm going to find people. And these are the numbers. I don't know why those numbers are the way they are. And I'm not going to put a gun to women's head and say, you must watch MacBook repair videos. That's a little bit totalitarian. I'm not going to try to force people to watch something that they don't want to watch or force them to do something that they don't want to do. When I used to put job ads up on Craigslist or Backpage or any of those websites, I could get 97 applicants and they're all men. Sometimes I would get 200 or 300 applicants, and when I had 200 or 300 applicants, sometimes there'd be one woman in there. One. I remember in 2012 when Lauren worked here. She was a really good receptionist. I asked Lauren, I said, okay, I just want to see, hypothetically speaking, I don't know if it's me that's the reason that there's no women coming here. Can you write the job ad? And the funny thing is, when she wrote the job ad herself, I thought, okay, maybe it'll be written from a woman's perspective, so it'll attract women. I got 0 female applicants. At least when I did it, I got 1, obviously, because she was working here. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what to do with that. You forced me to have a 13-employee business where 6 of them are women, and this business with those numbers, that's going to be hard. That's not because I'm being a misogynist. That's just the reality of the numbers. I lost my job because of COVID. What would you recommend to an early 30-year-old who has to restart from 0? What I would recommend is, well, first thing you got to do is absolutely cut your expenses to the bare minimum so that you have the luxury of being able to start from scratch and to explore. The only reason that I had the luxury of being able to explore and try to figure out what worked for me early on is because I had an apartment that cost $400 a month and no expenses and no responsibilities, so that I was able to, kind of really explore and mess around with things. So lower your expenses as much as humanly possible, and you're going to have to figure out where you fit in. I did a video on this recently. It was, how do you get started doing what I do? And I think this advice was made for somebody in your place. So I'm going to wait for YouTube to load, and once YouTube loads, with the speed of this shitty website, I will be able to link you to that video. Let's see if I can find it over here and then read my chat, because I'm 14 minutes behind in normal chat. And I'm just getting more behind by every passing second that I try to find this video, which is... fuck me. Where did I put this video? Where did I put it? Can I trust you to find it if I can't find it? Here we go. Okay. Okay, found it. There we go. I hope I didn't say anything to offend Nancy K, because someone here seems to be saying that I said something mean. I don't remember saying anything mean to Nancy K. I talk to Mark often, and he identifies as a woman. Sonny, I think you're trolling. It's 1:30 a.m. What are you doing? Good question. You know what became of your teenage years bully? One of them became a sanitation worker, and the other became an assistant janitor at a mini golf course. Listen, I'm not going to make fun of people because they make less money than me. It's a fucked up thing to do to make fun of people that make less money than you. Unless they spend 10 years making fun of you because your parents bought you Everlast shoes because they were poor, because one of them got injured on the job and couldn't afford to buy you Nikes. And that kid made sure for 10 years to rub it in every single fucking day that his parents made money and your parent didn't. In that case, yeah. Never going to make fun of somebody that's doing hard work to feed their family. God bless anybody that's willing to put in an honest day's work, even if it's cleaning shit off toilets to feed their family. You're doing a good thing. But am I going to kind of laugh that someone has a lower middle class job when they spend 10 years making fun of me for not having $150 shoes? Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. I'm not a great person, but I don't advertise myself as a great person. I just bought Start With No. Look forward to reading when it arrives. You're going to like that book, Scroto. It changed my life. Okay, you are spamming me now, so you are timed out. Mayo or Miracle Whip? Mayonnaise. I got $50K in debt from school and could not find a job for 1 year. Interest accruing, so I moved. First job, $20K. Now, owe $75K, making $35. My life is ruined. Yeah, that's the thing with student loan debt. Like, if you're gonna forgive the student loan debt, what you need to do is that needs to happen in lockstep with acknowledging that our entire education industrial complex is a scam, and tearing it down and starting fresh. I refuse to accept the forgiveness of student loans if that doesn't come in lockstep with a recognition that our current education system is a fail, scrapping it, and starting from scratch. It needs to be scrapped and start from scratch. You're not going to forgive a loan. Like, if I refund a customer, it's because I fucked up. If you're going to refund someone, you screwed something up there. So what did we screw up? Let's acknowledge what we screwed up. You don't just say that something costs $80,000, and then after you're saying it costs $80,000, oh, my bad, bro, it's free because you got fucked. But let's not look into why you got fucked. That's my thoughts on that. So I replaced my laptop keyboard by myself. I replaced the GPU fan. Placing the keyboard applies to disassemble most of the components. Depends on your laptop. Do you have a ThinkPad T520? Easy breezy. Do you have an Acer 5517? Easy breezy. Do you have a MacBook Pro Retina with a riveted keyboard? You're in for some hell. Good luck with that. That you're going to wind up... It really depends on what you have. Again, Acer 5517, replace it. ThinkPad with 4 screws, replace it. MacBook Pro Retina or Butterfly keyboard, you're going to end up in my store with that thing in like 90 pieces in little bags. Because that's how like the first one that I tried to do wound up. In pieces of shit with me wanting to cry. I live on Staten Island. So tired of this crap hole. The whatever show, I hear you, I feel you, sucks. I'm sorry. Thank you for making a video years ago about doing things a small amount rather than not doing it all. Only reason I am doing as well in college. Thank you. Honestly, right now, that's the only reason I'm doing well. I'm being honest with you. There are a lot of times where I just kind of wanted to say, I'm out of here. Have you seen Well and Septic Life on TikTok? He has a sequence of videos from studying on business on 1200. I've never heard of him. Anybody encouraging people to do that? Why are you still based in New York? With all your online promotion, you could sit somewhere nicer and much cheaper. Because my staff is here, and my business is in many ways, a big part of it is the human capital that I've built up here. They're good people. They were investments. And Rossman repair Canada office when? I don't know. I don't think I'm going to make it to Canada. Not going to make it to Canada. Oh, Zitensky is so salty. You salty. I sub to learn circuits, and I'm into right to repair. I just want some goddamn circuits. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. When I make those videos, you never watch them. Actually, you know what? Let's see. Let's take a look. Let's see. I will give you a chance. I will give you a chance. Is this virtue signaling bullshit, or is this for real? Okay, Zitensky. Let's take a look here. Okay, have you commented on any of my board repair videos? Zitensky. Yeah, here's how we can tell. I love calling this shit out when I see it. Are you a virtue signaling BSer, or is this for real? Okay, Zitensky. You commented on a WHO video. You commented on that sinking feeling video. You commented on New York City doesn't know its own laws video. You commented on John Deere gets hacked. You commented on a video of me with a fucking mouse. Yeah. And you commented on me talking about Wall Street bets. Okay, so you have never in the entire history of this channel watched a board repair video. You are a virtue signaler. So here's the thing. People like to do this thing where they say that I'm here for the board repair videos. I'm only here for the board repair videos. I only watch board repair. I don't lower myself to listening to some bloke in his commentary entertainment. I am only here for technology content. No, you're not. No, you're not. Stop pretending you're better than everybody else in the chat. You're a sick bastard that wants to listen to some random New Yorker complain about stuff, and that's why you're here. And that's why every single comment on this channel that you've ever made is on that type of video and not on an electronics video. You're just here to virtue signal. Stop. Stop. It's gross. It's disgusting. And it's so boring. There's a reason. Like, I literally pay employees to make board repair videos because I'm not able to do them anymore. I literally pay people to make them, and nobody fucking watches them. And I will continue to make them, and nobody watches them. Neither do you. I grew up wearing track shoes from Kmart. Slipping and sliding across the gym floor got me into doing odd jobs and cutting grass to pay for a pair of Adidas with actual traction. Bravo, Zula Lewis. I never tried tracks. Did you ever try Everlast? I haven't tried Everlast since I was a kid. It's been a while. Actual girl here, no worries. Welcome, Jessica, whatever. Also, if you could give me an idea of what about the channel's board repair videos I could do to make them more palatable to women so that we could get that rate up from 4.8%, I'd love to hear it, because I don't want to have a channel that pisses off large segments of the population. How do you deal with the absurdity of life? I find purpose in the things that I do. I find little missions and things that I can do. Right to repair, run a repair shop, do workshops, travel. Find something to do. Find something to work towards. Find something to orient yourself towards. I'm only here for the cat videos, says JP. I'm sure the women only watch your cat videos. That's why Jessa loses there. Jessa Jones get more men on her channel because dudes find her attractive. Is Lewis a woman hater? Does he does make you sit in that second beat of the bike for two. You know, I've often asked Erica if she wants to ride it, and she's scared to death that she'll die if she rides it. But I would like to see Erica ride the e-bike. I'd be honored to be the passenger if she rides the e-bike. Newest ThinkPad series comes with solder RAM and non-swappable batteries. Thoughts? Fuck you, Lenovo. Fuck you. Fuck you, Lenovo. Why don't you put a fucking fruit sticker on your laptop while you're at it, you piece of sh... Even the powers that be will let life have a return to normal. Hanlon's razor is more my speed than conspiracy. I think people like conspiracies because people feel more comfortable when they, A, are affiliated with their tribe, whether it's political or cultural, and B, when they feel like they understand the world. And conspiracies give people an oversimplification as to why the world is the way it is. It's not thousands of different forces and thousands of different interests all coming together randomly at a particular time for something to happen. It's just one evil orchestrated conspiracy with this one common thread running through it. People like ideological oversimplifications, and I think that conspiracies are, in a way, a form of oversimplification. I'm using a Logitech trackball. I've never watched or heard of that. I don't know if a talk called The Collapse of Civilization is something that I'd want to listen to. There's so much going on right now that is depressing. I don't know if that's something that would, yeah, I don't know. I'll write it down. How do you read all this stream of chats? Very slowly. I'm up to the chats at 1:33 a.m. and it's 1:45 a.m. Everlast is a Kmart shoe brand Daniel song for poor people who can't afford to go to Foot Locker, and those are the shoes that I wore when I was a kid. Everlast also makes higher-end boxing equipment like heavy bags and gloves and stuff like that, but the shoes that they make are not high-end. The shoes they make are the kind of crap that you get at Kmart for $15. Hey, Lewis, was it really 6 million? What is it? What is it? It? Is a huge problem when colleges force students back into classrooms because of how much they make from on-campus services. Yeah, you have to fix a lot of the education system that we have. Everlast makes pretty good wrestling and rollerblading shoes. I never got to experience those, Jessica, whatever. Only the shitty ones. Gotcha, despite the pessimistic title, I bet you'd like that talk. Thank you, E. I will check that out. I wrote it down and I'll listen to it. Everlast is not high-end anymore. They got bought by British Sports Direct. Very cheap crap now. When did that happen? For women empowerment, maybe do some videos where you teach Erica or maybe your grandma how to do simple board repairs live. That's the other thing. With all these free soldering workshops, I've only had one woman show up. I don't know what to do with this because we're at this point where it's like the in thing to do. I remember this happened with Jordan Peterson. Why do so many men watch your videos? Why do so many men go to your talks? Why are there so many men in your talks? Why are there so many men here? What does that mean? Like, I wonder when that's going to get applied to me. Hey, Lewis, I see you're offering a free soldering workshop where you're not charging people and you're fixing their stuff for free. But why are there so many men here? Why is it only men that show up? Why is it mostly men that work for you? We'll see. Kind of curious if the Kathy Newmanish brand of slander will eventually come back to hit me. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Can't wait to see that right to repair is misogynist. That's going to be a good campaign ad. That's going to be funny. Really surprised it hasn't happened yet, actually. They're willing to make up all this other shit. I am attempting my first microsoldering repair on an Xbox One. Any suggestions on steady hands for a successful repair? It's not steady hands. It's not steady hands. Your hands are not going to be steady. Watch my videos. My hands are never steady. You need to come up with a technique that allows you to not have steady hands. Lighten the mood. What is your favorite pair of shoes to wear? I don't like shoes that are pairs. I like apple. I prefer the apple to pear. Wait. Did I just say what I think? Can I erase this? I forget what shoes I wear. For someone to make a comment that your videos do not cater to women, just no sense. Why would someone not have an extremely large viewership and limit themselves? It make no sense. Yeah, what is your favorite champ in League and why? I don't play League, I play Dota. I like Razor. Why are you staying up this late? Because I have to get to the end of the chat. I have to get to the end. And I'm not to the end. Thoughts on Windows 11 TPM security requirement. Bullshit. Bullshit. Not a fan of where that's going. I haven't looked into it enough to give an educated opinion, so what you're getting right now is just the my id. That's my id. That's not my brain, that's my id. But my id says bullshit. For me, it was DC Sneakers or Payless brand above the rim. That and Echo was all my poor childhood had. Did you get the Payless ones that lit up when you walked? Like every time you walk, you have a little light. Remember those? How do you feel about vaccine passports being done in place of lockdowns? I don't like either, to be honest with you. I don't like either. There's going to be a black market for vaccine passports. That's so weird. I feel so old. FedEx is worse than USPS because people expect USPS to be shit, whereas they don't expect FedEx to be shit. They both suck, but for some reason FedEx has this premium reputation as a superior white glove brand, when in reality they fuck shit up as much as the post office does. Vaccine passports. Yeah, when I was a kid, people just counterfeited IDs so that they could get into clubs. Now people are going to fucking be counterfeiting vaccine passports. That's crazy. That's crazy. Do any of your employees watch your channel? Do you discuss the content at the shop? God, I hope not. I hope they have better things to do with their lives than watch this stuff. Like, Steve does not watch any of this. Camille does not watch. Like, none of these people watch this. I think they just kind of may have coincidentally came across a video when I was advertising a job was available or something, but I don't think they watch any of this shit. I hope they don't watch this. I hope they have lives. No offense to all the people watching this. I just kind of realized that I kind of backhanded insulted everybody here without intending to. I truly didn't intend to insult you all, but you get what I mean. I hope they have better shit to do. For their own sake, I hope they have better shit to do. I know you've shown a lot of businesses that have closed in your videos. Were any of them a business that you liked? Sorry. Mizzetto. Good restaurant. I like Mizzetto. I miss Cosi, the restaurant on 13th and Broadway. Had my first quality date there. That was my first good date. Deli on 12th and 1st Avenue. Really nice owner. Well-meaning person. Have you worked on a M1 Max? I have not. The boards are different compared to the Intel ones in that they use that. Here's the thing. So a lot of what's happening with the M1 Max is that they soft transitioned from the Intel to ARM-ish architecture with the T2 chip. So with Intel architecture, the PCH, called the Platform Controller Hub, used to be responsible for like PM Sleep S5L, PM Sleep S4L, and so on and so forth. And then eventually, a lot of the functionality of the PCH was transferred over to the T2 chip in 2018 and 2019 and 2020. So that by the time the M1 MacBook came out in 2021, it was still kind of using the architecture that we were used to with the T2 chip and several of the machines that were made prior that were using an ARM architecture and power structure rather than Intel. Yes, they used to light up when I ran around the playground and schoolyard, red and blue neon lights. I miss those shoes. Those were fun. I never had them long. I always outgrew them before the battery ran out. And thank you, Top Cat. And Lewis is... Ask me anything. A Lewis Rossman employee who doesn't have anything better to do on their Sunday night or Monday morning. Okay, so Hi217 is a moderator, and he is in school. He's in college right now. And one of the things that Hi likes to do is Hi likes to come here and listen to these fucking streams instead of actually do his homework. And if he did his homework, he graduates college. If he graduates college, he gets to get an engineering job and not work at this shithole for the rest of his life. So for Hi's own good, I am going to time him out. That's right. I'm going to time out my own moderator and employee because he needs to do his homework. That's right. That's right. I'm going to time you out. I'm going to time you out. Does this even work? Can I time out a mod? I'm going to try. Does it work? Yeah, damn straight. Okay, I just timed out a mod. How about that? I just timed that mofo out. I timed him out. I timed him out. Look at that. That's for his own good, though. That's for his own good. He's going to get his degree. He's going to get his degree in something real, not bullshit. He's getting his degree in something real. He's not getting a bullshit-ass degree. And then my hope for Hi, he has hope. He has potential. He was always kind of like a part-time employee at the store. I remember I had a talk with him like a year ago where I said, you care about this job, you care about doing better. If you ever want to like specifically move into doing customer service or specifically move into board repair, specifically move into data recovery, I would love to talk with you about getting you on a path to doing that and, promotion and all that kind of stuff. He fucking earned it. He's a good dude. But he's going for a real job. And I support him in looking for a real job. He honestly deserves, move on, become an engineer, software programmer, something like that. That's a medical device right to repair with all the regulations that follow on and software. Blah, blah, blah. I don't think there's much. Well, I mean, the FDA has made this obvious. Yeah, Hi's a good dude. He did troll me this weekend with one customer. There's one customer where he trolled me, and he knows what he did. He knows what he did. We have to work on the believability when nervous thing. But, I mean, at the end of the day, I think he's going to be a talented software engineer because he works hard on this stuff. You know that Mothra is Godzilla's love interest? What the fuck? FDA. I hope Hi is massively successful. I'd like nothing more than for people like him that are humble and keep their head down and do their work. I hope that like 5 years from now he makes way more money than I do. That's the real reward, when the people that work for you wind up becoming like doing better than you. Like when Sonny opened his own store and kicked my ass. That was rewarding to see. Okay, so I just posted something from the FDA there that you could take a look at. You helped me fix a 2010 MacBook Pro by suggesting the C9560 capacitor as my main issue in a live stream from 2017. Thanks. That is awesome. It's a good feeling when you get it to work and you get to see fan spin. I guess you already had fan spin. When you get to see screen spin. When you get to see the screen spin, that's awesome. Just want to request more kittens in the channel and thank you for your work. Thank you. You mean being a chat mod is not a real job? He's definitely not getting a living wage for that one. Chat mod is is a volunteer position. You just force your mod into an OnlyFans account. I did. Just wanted to request more cats. Yes. Your thoughts. Medical device right to repair. Read this PDF. You'll see everything you need to see there. The FDA is totally fine with third parties working on stuff. It says it for its... How do you feel about the government monitoring you for your own safety? No, that's not why they're doing it. They're doing it for more power and for more money and for more revenue, and to be able to justify the jobs for all the people doing it. Thank you, E. Okay, it's about time to get out of here. Holy it is almost 2 a.m. It is almost 2 in the morning. What am I still doing here? What the fuck am I still doing here? I'm kind of interested in learning board repair. Where should I start? Oh, do I get to copy and paste that video again, don't I? Okay, you want to start doing board repair? Let me show you exactly what to do. Okay, if you want to start learning board repair, here's what you do. Okay, no, that was kind of a meme. That was mean. Well, if you really want to start doing board repair, read this and start from there. Isn't it weird that Mothra... What is this Godzilla shit? That is weird. Stop being weird. How far are your e-bike rides in miles, city and work? It's like 6.5 miles to get to work. It used to be about 4.5 miles or 5 miles to the old store. The new store is a longer ride. I'm having a lovely day. Why don't you run for office? Because I can't fix problems that are boiled over too far. The problems in the city are too boiled over. I don't think that there's a fix. I think there's a moment where is kicking the can down the road until we finally admit that we need to start fresh. I don't see there being a fix. I don't have that level of confidence. What am I here? Oh, what am I doing here? I work over at Boeing. I replace desktops and laptops. Circa 2017, they dropped Dell's dock. The last refresh was 2016, and now Boeing is being cheap and not including the new docks. Boeing being cheap. Now that's a surprise. Didn't they do something recently in the last year where the plane fell or something? Lewis cares about Godzilla's love interest as much as he cares about a Volkswagen? Huh? Hi, more like bye-bye, says hi. What are you still doing here? Okay, I gotta get out of here. Could Curtis Lewis save New York City? I don't think so. It's hard for me to tell if he's running for attention, or if in publicity, or if he's running because he cares and he actually can fix shit. I contacted his campaign and him for an interview, and I never heard back, so I don't think so. I don't think that I'm going to hear back from him, but I wanted to have Curtis on for an interview. Moon Does Manufacturing says, thank you, I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you. Why is your shirt pink in the thumbnail? Because I was too lazy to change the thumbnail from the previous video. What time is it in New York? It's 11 p.m. in the Bay Area, California. It is 2:01 a.m. here in New York City, New York. I remember you. You commented on a kitty video. Beatboxing Lewis. No, that's me getting ready to leave and go to sleep. Donated $25 to the charity. How's Fight for Right to Repair going? Do politicians care right now, or do COVID issues have their attention? Some do. There's a politician in one state that called me and said they wanted to be the champion of this issue and they were excited to move it forward, and he bragged about getting more bills passed than anybody in his state, but we'll see if that matches into the rest. I got his personal cell phone number, which is really cool. I don't know if that's going to last, but we'll see. It's a lot better than we got last time, and I hired a lobbyist in that state. I can't say what that state is because I don't want to reveal just yet, because I don't want them... I'm trying to get an early start. I want to try to get an early start, meaning that I am speaking to politicians and working out their concerns with the bill before the opposition lobbyists can get in there and, fuck everything up and fearmonger. So I can't say which states I'm working in yet because I don't want to give them a head start. But one state is really that has said things that are good in the past about right to repair, that has politicians that have said good things about right to repair. It seems to be more ready this year, and I'm quite excited about that. What's the greatest thing you ever built? I don't know. I'd say this business. Honestly, this business. I'm proud of this business. I had 3 other businesses that like totally crashed and burned. I'm proud of this place. I'm really proud of what this plowed. Wow, I'm plowed. I might as well say I'm pegged next. I'm proud of what this business is able to do. Just the fact that I can offer free workshops where people could just come in and learn on their own and and have the ability to do videos where I teach people how to do repair and all this other shit. You can't. I've only been to Canada once to visit the part that Linus is in. That's it. It was an interesting little area. I liked it. You have to have abundance in order to be able to be generous. You can't be generous to people without abundance. And this business has produced abundance, which I appreciate. I have the abundance to be able to do that stuff, and I like that. When do you think you'll get your first quantum computer to repair? Well, I'll be a bankrupt by then. Way bankrupt by then. Way before that's a thing. How was it like working with Marquez Brownlee? It was a fairly quick and simple interview. He didn't have many questions for me. He had very basic and simple questions, and I answered them, and that was that. I appreciated him taking an interest in right to repair, and I appreciated him giving the topic exposure to the audience. It's weird because giant dinosaurs and giant bugs can't consent. See, that's strange. You're in the realm of strangeness over here, and I don't think this makes any no. .737 Max crashed twice, killed like 300 people. Sigh. Remember when Sliwa faked the attack on himself? He says interesting things, but I don't see him as a serious candidate. And I'd like to interview him. I'd like him to prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. But I'd also like to engage with him in an honest conversation. I want to hear his ideas. I want to hear his policies. I want to hear what he thinks the problems with the city are and how his ideas would fix them and why he thinks his ideas would fix them. And I'd like him to be able to present that to an audience of people that are open to listening to an alternative set of ideas. But I don't think he's going to come on the show. I don't think he's going to show up. I emailed enough times. I know him. He's not coming on this show. That's not going to happen. Your group repaired my 2 MacBooks perfectly. Thank you. I'm glad, US Tweety, US News. Usually the more regular someone is as a YouTube viewer, the worse their repair goes. I don't know why that is. But it's like the high expectations. Oh, gosh. Okay, it's time to get out of here. These YouTube donations do not go to charity. Lewis would be a billionaire if he just sat in the chair and ranted the rest of his life. What do you think about Chris? I don't know. Matthew, quit trolling, someone says. Clinton is a spoiled cat. He is. He's a freaking spoiled bastard. What am I still doing here? I'm still trying to get to the end of the chat, but that's impossible. What am I doing? Video request. Mr. Clinton play fighting with Oreo and or Blackberry. Oh, he doesn't play fight. Mr. Clinton does not play fight. I think okay, someone recently here mentioned in the chat the reason that my channel had 1% more female viewership than Jess's were cat videos. And the 2 comments I've gotten on cats here have both been from women. So I think there's something to that. Clinton, come over here. I could be doing something better while I'm on summer vacation, but I'm watching the owner of the business questioning why he's still up at 2 a.m. Yep. Thank you, Lisa Bowers. I appreciate that. Hopefully I'll get to see you at a workshop someday. We've only had 1 woman show up so far, but these workshops will be open to all. So if anybody wants to learn, I do agree with some people just want to divide and put labels on everybody, and it is sad. Okay. Why am I still here? I gotta get out of here. I think I made it to the end of the chat. That robust, Miss Gina Marie, is Charlie Brown. Check out my channel for a video on Charlie Brown. I gotta get out of here. I made it to the end of the chat, but now I'm dead. I finally made it to the end of this fucking chat, and now I'm dead. Okay. I'm done. Bye-bye. Actually, you know what? If I stay here 50 more seconds, I'll make it to a full 4 hours. I'll give it 50 seconds. 50 seconds. Let's make this an even 4 hours, shall we? Might as well. I like even numbers. There's something about even numbers. Call it OCD. We're going to make it to that number. I like even numbers. Thank you for waiting 50 seconds. Thank you for being here, SFX Works. And there we have it. Good night, all. See you later. Thank you, Joshua. Good night, Mega. Good night, Mohav. Good night, Priya. Good night, SFX Works.